Mm. Mm.
Hello?
Hello, Ines. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I can hear you all clear.
Okay.
Okay, Aditya, I can see you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, fine.
All right, can hear you. Okay, Ines, for the morning, we'll continue doing logarithm. All right, is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Aditya, same thing. We'll be doing more logarithm exam questions like yesterday. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So Ines, you still have to brush up on the logarithm lah. We are almost there. We are almost at a point when you can try some questions, right? So I will go through with you the basics again one more time yesterday, and then we'll try to catch up with everything we need lah. Then let's try some questions. Okay. You will learn in this or rather basic in this along the way. Make full use of that lah. Make full use of that.
Yeah.
For Aditya, have you finished yesterday's question?
I tried.
Go to landscape, please, and show me the video of your paper. So we'll be relying on paper. Same thing, Ines, we'll be relying on paper.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see those are the things you practiced yesterday. Yeah. Ines, any problem communicating with Kakak Brian?
No. He's fine.
All right. All right. Okay. Now, referring to the page 6 for you, Ines, and Aditya, I would like to see your last working for yesterday's question, right?
Yeah, just.
Okay. Let's give the name for this thing, yeah. Ines, you're at page 6 of the together Jamboard, sorry, of the together Jamboard. Yeah, you're there, yeah. So this thing, which does not make sense, and I'm not asking you to making sense of it, but I'm asking you to do it perfectly, right? What is the name of this logarithm law?
The base change.
Right, because the base do change, right? Simply put, right? You may not see the benefit yet, but this is beneficial. This is beneficial. Now, let's brush up from this base change law, which does not make any sense. But please, your own logarithm and carry out the base change a few times. Okay. So, Aditya, I'm looking at on the paper, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, Aditya, your last working. Should be a 6 part 1. Ines, your own logarithm, write one logarithm and then do a base change on it. All right. Yes, Aditya. You do not have the paper. Let's not waste time. Let's not waste time, and let's redo 6.1 again. Right? Come on. Right? It was in page 5. All right, that's one base change, Ainesh. Continue. Do 2 more. So Aditya in page 5, come on. It's already 10 minutes. Ainesh, do more. Ainesh, continue. Ainesh. No, the same thing. Like this guy, and then you can base change to some other things, whatever you wish, right? That's fine. Now let's stop here for a while. Now there's an issue with your base change, right? Now for your, I hope you can see it yourself. Look at the last one. Log 3 means 1, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if the bottom one is 1, you have transformed log 3 into log 2.
Yeah.
Which does not make sense at all. That's not allowed, and that's not okay. You cannot just swap the base and the index just like that. What happened is that you carry out the base change wrongly. Again, it doesn't make sense, but I still want you to make it correctly. The 2 must be below, the 3 must be on top, you see.
Wait, what?
The log 3, the 3 must be on top, the 2 must be at the bottom. So you got it swapped. You got it wrongly.
Oh, you said this.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Now I check it out. Okay, I realize, oh, there is a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Right. This doesn't make sense, you know. Why must it be like that? Like that low, right? So this last one will be 1 over log 3(2). Now this is a proper swap lah. Okay, look at the final one and look at the initial one. This can sometimes come handy, sometimes. However, the log 10 and the log 10 will sometimes come handy also. Okay. Now, the first law that I teach you, the power law. Do some power law, please, in combination to this base change law. Okay, Aditya, finally, right?
Power law.
Right, you can refer, but then close it and then do some power law, which again does not make sense. It doesn't make sense, but do it perfectly.
I'm not attending tomorrow's morning session.
Only one? Only one, as in you are
yeah, just tomorrow's morning session, because I have. Sorry?
Only one, I'm okay. Only one, I'm okay.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's morning session. Yeah.
All right. Power law, please. Okay, good, Aditya, you're carrying it out. What happened to your log 4? You make the log 4 disappear. Are you sure you're allowed to do that? You make the log 4 disappear. Why are you canceling? Sorry, what? Huh? What? That's your power law in action, Ainesh. Good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Aditya. I'm sorry. What are you doing? Sometimes you get it right, and sometimes you don't.
Oh, wait,
Let's stop here. Let's stop. Well, he did say he wanted that lah. He did say he wanted that. Okay, let's stop here. Let's stop here. This is slow, man. This is like you were absent, and then you keep repeating this, and then sometimes you got it right, and sometimes you got it wrong. Right? If you don't understand, we build the foundation together. If you're not focused, Please focus. This is already correct. There's a log 4 here, right?
Yeah.
Everything here is done according to the law, which I agree, it doesn't make sense, but you are doing this correctly. And then you go and expand, and then the log 4 disappear. What's going on there? And then you cancel everything, and then you do something which is very confusing to me. Like how did this minus become a fraction below? What's going on here? I know that certain things don't make sense, but what's going on?
I forgot because I was like trying to get one single thing.
Okay, but can you just do a minus and then just suddenly become a fraction? This minus this, then become this divided by that. What? Let's go back. Let's go back. Do you know that this is correct, or were you just lucky? Were you just lucky here?
I thought that was correct, but then
It was.
I changed my mind.
Okay, that was correct. Please cancel this. Rewrite the correct one, please. Ainesh, that's fine. Okay, are you ready for the third law?
Yeah.
The third law is used very often, but then again, base change and power also. So none of the law are a preference to the other. They're used very often. They are used interchangeably. They are used all the time. So even though it doesn't make sense, we should have a lot of time to practice them. Then they become a habit law. Then they become a proper memory lah. Right?
Yeah.
Let's give it a try. Let me show you the third law. Understand the pattern properly because it does not make sense.
Slide 6.
Slide 6, yes. Aditya, move up, please. Yeah. Okay, stop expanding. Stop expanding. It's okay. You don't need to expand yet. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. So if you want to, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine for now lah. Do you want to?
No.
All right. Okay. It is not necessarily wrong to expand. Just don't cancel the log 4 like just now. Okay. When you are expanding, you are canceling the log. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would take it as that's not focused. Yeah. You're not focused there. Now, let's assume that that's part 1 done. How about part 2? Let's see whether you can settle part 2. We take 20 minutes to recover from yesterday. Okay, Ainesh. I put this as 2. This is 24. Okay, 24 is a big number. Notice that. Now, am I doing any logarithm law here? Or is it just a very simple thing?
Oh, it's still fine.
Right. This is not even logarithm, right? This is just simple math, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, why am I doing this? Because look what can happen. This does not make sense, okay? This does not make sense. But this can happen.
I see.
Right? I'm not sure how to call this law. Sometimes I just call it the plus minus thingy. Because look at the flip side of the law. You would agree with me that this is simple math also? I just did a simple math to 24, right?
Yeah.
That is the two sides of the law lah. We just call this the same law, whatever. Okay, right? Now, let me state one thing. It is more common from going from here to here instead of the other way around. One more time. It is more common to find in questions that we combine logs into one instead of splitting log into two. But the way they present the law is to split. That's not the preference in most cases in questions. So you will combine instead of split. Is okay?
Okay.
Secondly, to combine, you would notice that the base needs to be the same. You cannot combine something which base are not the same. You cannot. All right. That's it, look. The plus and minus, you have to settle up. You have to settle. So I'll write down something which is confusing. Does this become that?
No.
Okay, good. This is totally wrong, but don't know why. It's totally wrong. Does this become that?
No.
Also no. So recognize the pattern properly, even though it does not make sense. Okay? Please practice this new law by itself and then combine it with the three laws, and then let's go to some questions. Go ahead. Now,
I'm doing the question. Can you just rewrite what you wrote for base change? I think you erased it.
I did, but what I wrote for base change is basically what you wrote. So I'm very okay with it. Unless you want to rewrite the same thing here, I don't mind. But it is what I wrote there. That what you wrote in your paper is great. It's really great.
Yeah, can you just rewrite what I wrote on the paper then? Because if everything is in one Jamboard, I can just refer to that when I revise.
Okay, I'll give you an even better thing. Hopefully, I'll just copy paste your writing line. There you go. Yeah, I understand from organizational need. There, I put what you have written in page 6. Would that be okay? This is the base change law.
Okay.
This is BC plus power law. So Aditya, can you settle part 2?
I think so.
Okay, let's stop here for a while, Aditya. I'm sorry. Let's stop here. You have a major misunderstanding. You have a major misunderstanding. There is the word show here, right? Right. Show that this is that, right? Please tell me, what does show mean? Why do they even use the word show? What's going on here?
Prove.
All right, prove, right? I'll give you what it means practically. You're correct to say that, prove it, show it, right? How can you show something if you start from it?
Oh, yeah.
Stop there for a while. Think about it carefully. Yeah? Think about what I'm going to say. Yeah? I've said this to you, I think 2 times. Show is answer key. Show is answer key. He's giving you answer key. They don't do that in exam, right? Show means they give you an answer key just for this question, not just for these 2 marks. When you see an answer key, a short one, sorry, there's a short answer key, not a long answer key. When you see a short answer key, do you see it at the start of the working, in the middle of the working, at the end of the working? Where do you see it?
At the end.
Very good. If at the end you don't see the answer key, you know that something is wrong with your working, don't know where. But it doesn't make sense for a short answer key to appear in the middle of the working. Even worse, at the start of the working. Understand?
Yeah.
So you want to see that answer key which you wrote at the end of your work. You don't start with it because that is an answer key.
Okay.
Clear, yeah? Now, is this part of answer key?
No.
Very good. Are you supposed to use that even at the start?
Yeah.
Maybe. Very good. Very good. Please redo your thoughts again.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
So remember that festival I told you about?
The Hindu festival? Yes.
Yeah. So today's the last day of that, and I need to go to the temple again. And
No.
I kind of need to be there by 2. So
okay,
I was wondering if.
Okay, Aditya, this is. Do you think about this carefully? I think about this carefully. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
you're missing tuition, and I'm happy if there's one thing that I'm happy. If you just make it up with your own self-study lah. If you miss tuition, and then makeup is impossible lah. Let's say makeup is impossible, but you also don't make it up with self-study, then I think you're wasting the holiday. Did you have a proper break or proper holiday before Wednesday? Like last Thursday, last Friday? Did you enjoy yourself Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday? Or did you study very hard?
I had like classes and stuff, and yeah, I had to study.
No, you have to do homework on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. You have classes even back then?
Yeah, like Hindi and science.
You mean tuition?
Yeah.
Look, your festival cannot change date. That one I understand. But you tell me like 5 minutes before it happens. That's one thing. So I'm okay with that if you just make it up with your own self-study. Our tuition is only like 3 hours per day. Did you do your self-study on the Wednesday and the Thursday?
No.
Doesn't look like it. So you give me your plan. If you cannot make it up for your own self-study and you're missing the general schedule of the tuition, I understand that it clashes with your festival. I understand it clashes with your other tuition. What I don't get is what's your plan and what's your priority? What you tell me simply is that you cannot attend tuition 5 minutes before. What else can I do for you? So I'm waiting for your plan. Go to the festival, you must do that. After that, think about what you're supposed to do then. All right, tell me your plan. I don't have a plan for you. The plan is currently kind of in shambles. You even take 20 minutes to pick up from yesterday's logarithm, So whatever tuition you attend is also not in your best condition. If this is not your best condition in holiday, then what can we do? Aditya, what am I asking of you?
A plan?
Yes. Plan something lah. What are we supposed to do then in this situation? Think about it. All right. No. You have to go, right? You have to go, right?
Oh no, at 1:30.
1:30 then. All right. You can think your plan later. You can think your plan right now. But now it's Friday already. Please come up with a plan. Okay, Ainesh? Let me see. Shift to the right.
I'm looking at the drive, searching for easy questions for logarithm.
The drive will always contain major questions, which we have to do together. But you choose one. Just choose your poison. Those are all terrible questions for you right now, and we'll deal with it together.
Are these all up?
Before you, I mean, if they're prelims and O levels or they're Sec 4s, sorry. Even though they're Sec 3 level of difficulty is equal to the Sec 4 level of difficulty, which is equal to the O level. In exam paper, there is no such thing as right now is an easier log for you. Later is a harder. No, they just whack you with whatever you're supposed to see. Now, you do have some problem in your application of law. So could you zoom out a little bit? This is too close. I cannot even see everything. Just zoom out a little bit. Okay, too much. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Around there. Let me see whether I can copy it. Okay, now let's discuss the application of the law.
Was it okay? Did I do something wrong?
I think, but the law never makes sense. So it is important to discuss. It is important to discuss. Sorry. Let's go to page. Let's go to page 6. Okay, let me get this straight. This is log base 3, is it? What is this supposed to be? What log base 3, log base 2, log base 5 is very confusing.
I changed it to
Base? What do you want it to be? Base?
Oh, I think I changed it to 2.
All right, 2. Right. Okay, then that makes more sense. So here's a base 2 right here. Sorry. That's just bad. This is 2. Understand? So this is a great power law. This is all 2, right? This is a great power law, right? And then you go and split it into, you are trying to apply the new thing, I don't know, let's call it the positive negative law. Now, in my mind's eye, I will see 6 as 2 times 3, not 2 plus 4. Because for some strange reason, when you want to split a logarithm, you will split it as a multiple, and then it will become a plus. You are doing it wrongly.
Oh.
But check what I'm doing, because again, this doesn't make sense. That's just the rule. That's just the rule.
I see.
Right?
Well,
now,
okay.
Right? And strangely speaking, at the bottom, you apply it properly. This is 12 divided by 3. Or then it becomes that, oh, this is great, man.
Yeah, I did 2 examples because I didn't know which one it was, and you were in conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. So just fix this one and just note, oh, that's how it works, something like that. Right? Please do. And by the way, 3 times 3 is not 6, by the way. Just be careful on that, please.
Yeah. I changed the question.
You have to fix. You have to fix first. First fix it.
I fixed it. I just changed the question.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 3 times 3 is not 6. Hello, is.
Where did I do that? I'm so confused. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good introduction. Now, I tell you that you will combine logarithms more than you split them. You are doing the split here. That's fine. Can you practice from 2 or 3 logarithm combined into 1? Do you understand what I'm saying? You do the reverse direction because that's much more common.
Okay.
Practice that first before we go to the questions. That's what the question will ask of you. Now, Aditya, are you stuck somehow?
I added 4xy to both sides.
It seems that the expansion is a good idea because it, wait, let me think forward. Yeah, it compares kind of with what they give you, right? They give you something new, right? Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So I think you were using what they give you and combine it with the expansion. I like that idea. How does that help you? Therefore, I think they want you to solve the logarithm, I think, right? Does that help you solve the logarithm? Because the show does, I think, mean solving it somehow.
It doesn't.
Wait, stop. You do notice that in their answer key, the show, this is like the exact same thing as part 1, right? You do notice that, right?
Yeah.
You do notice the word hence also, right?
Yeah.
So what does hence mean to you?
It's like you
Oh, you mean the hence is referring to this given?
Yeah.
English-wise, you're not wrong. English-wise, you're not wrong. That's a very bad English from them. There's a hence here in front. There, I just switch the position of hence. Then the English, we have a slightly different meaning. Hence, given this, show. What does this hence mean then?
It means like use the above, the one above.
Right. When you use the one above, do you mean you use the one
like
you start with, or do you use the
version.
one you end with? Good. So are you doing that?
No.
Please do that.
Okay.
Ainesh, I want to see a combination of log instead of a split of log using the same rule.
1 second. I'm trying to find logarithm questions.
No, please practice what I say you first. Then you will be able to practice it in exam.
Okay. Split.
In these two examples that you wrote, you were splitting the log. That's great. Now combine the log. That means do it from right to left, something like that.
Okay.
I think I did it. Oh wait, no.
Please
I
move
got
up, move up, move up, move up, move up. Yeah, so this means that you did show, right?
it. Yeah.
That's it. No, no need to write already. It's okay.
Oh, okay. I was gonna write like because.
Yeah, it's okay. So I mean, in exam you have in exam, right? Here don't need.
Okay.
What I say about show, do you understand?
Yeah.
Right? It's an answer key, a short answer key. You expect it to appear at the end, not at the start. Right? Your use of word hands and given is great though. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Are you coming up with a plan now or later?
I was thinking that since there's a 4 o'clock session, I could join that if it's possible.
It's gonna be crowded, but I think better than nothing lah.
Okay.
Right. Please now collect 3 logarithm questions from different papers. Put it in the Jamboard. This is something you have to do often lah, because you're practicing for end of year. Collect the 3 different logarithm questions first before you start doing any of them.
Okay.
You're not ready for exam lah. You are slightly less rusty lah. So let's make you ready for exam. Ainesh, do you know what I'm saying? I mean, combining instead of splitting. You understand what I'm saying? Right? If not, I'll show you.
Yeah, I understand.
Then can I see a combination instead of a split?
Anything.
Right. Okay. Let me see that. It's a nice way of combining. Yeah, I like it. And the way you do your reverse base change, I like that you are reversing base change because this happened. The way you reverse base change is again wrong.
No, what?
Because look, there's a visual sign to things. Like the 3 is on top, the 9 is on the bottom, right?
Yeah.
So when you recombine them, which I really like, the 3 is still on top, the 9 is still on the bottom lah.
Oh, okay.
Don't switch places like that. You do like to, but because it doesn't make sense, ma. So sometimes we just do what we want. So just be careful. Now, this is a slightly difficult one. So yesterday I was teaching you this lah. Don't change the base, change the inside. So what must happen on the inside? Match it with the base. 3 must change to 9, not 9 must change to 3.
So you guys
Don't change 9 to 3 square. You will just be stuck. You don't know what to do. But change 3 into 9 instead.
I don't understand the mathematical side of it.
Look, this is wrong, okay? This is wrong. Yesterday we went through this, okay? Yesterday we went through this. This is not the direction you want to take the logarithm. Now look at page 8, please. So you're doing very well, by the way. Your application of law is doing very well. Now, this is one direction you can take. Of course, you will notice that the 9 is 3 squared. You will notice that.
Yeah.
And then when you do that, you hope that this means the base of the logarithm is the same as the base of the index. You will hope that, right? That's the hope. Yeah, that's not true. The base of the logarithm is still 9. You cannot say that the base of logarithm is only this one. See, it matches. Cannot. This is not a good end. It's not a good end. So even though you can do that, don't. Instead, labor to do this instead. Change the 3 into 9 something. Labor that instead.
Oh, okay.
You did that yesterday a few times, like 3 times. You can do it using calculator, Yeah, just use calculator lah, right? Whatever. For now, just use calculator.
9 to the power of half.
Right. And this will reduce your confusion by a lot. That's a good labor. Then the answer is half. So it's not 2 lah. 2 doesn't make sense anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Now do one more combination in combination with all the law. I want you to practice all the law at the same time, combining things, and then we're ready for exam. Okay.
Ready for exam?
No. I'm sorry. Ready for exam questions. What am I talking about?
Okay.
You're not ready. Oh, yes, of course. So Aditya, you have trouble finding the questions?
Yeah, kinda. I looked through like 2.
Each paper always have one. So tell me, which paper are you looking at?
The Tanjung Katong one
Now I'm
didn't.
looking at the Clementi Town.
Wait just a minute. Sorry, you're saying, Anish?
The Tanjung Katong one didn't have any logarithms at all.
Are you looking at Sec? Oh, but you should be looking at Sec 3, right? Okay.
Wait, no, mine is Sec 4.
Sec 4 definitely have one. I think you just missed it. Log is like a popular question, right?
Wait,
So
I just didn't get a Sec 3 drive.
I haven't shared to you the Sec 3 drive, right? I haven't, right? But it doesn't matter. The Sec 4 drive will have the same difficulty as the Sec 3 drive. So you're not being shortchanged or you're not being tortured in any way. Just look at the whole level Sec 4 thingy, right? Now, Aditya, are you look at the Sec 3 or Sec 4 one? Just checking.
Sec 3.
Okay, right. That's okay. Right. Bukit, sorry, you're looking at what?
Clementi Town.
Clementi Town. Let me see for a while. Anish, I need you to practice one more time, all the law together.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it's the last question.
Right. So the Clementi Town is the 2016 one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so watch a few things. You're right to say that the last one, so the simultaneous question, right? No, it's not the last one.
Question 12.
It's the question 12C, right? It's the question C, and the question 13 will not use it. Let me check that there is no other log. This is a little bit where. Oh, it is. You're correct. Okay. Let's collect 12C. And then let's move on to the next paper. Yeah, that's a 5-mark question. That's definitely gonna happen. Okay, so are you screenshotting to the Jamboard?
Yeah.
Right. So what's your next school?
No idea.
Okay, next school will be?
I think the next one, it's Bukit View.
Bukit View. I thought you see Bukit View last time. Okay, go find the log, right? So Ainesh, again, I have to ask you 3 times to do something, Why does this happen? Right? Don't look at the exam paper, look at the... Oh, right. So I'm not seeing things yet. Sorry. Right. Okay, good. Now I see. Okay, apply some sort of power law also, power law. So there are 3 laws in working together, right? Working together. Some sort of mix something up.
Oh wait, no, it's Greenwich.
Okay, Greenwich. It's very easy to spot. Do you see it? Log questions don't need you to read the question one by one. I mean, Aditya, it's kind of easy to spot.
Oh yeah, question 10.
Because I hope that you will do that in exam. Oh yeah, there's my log question, right? Something like that. You don't have to read to find out. Okay, you have 2, and 1 is enough, right? So the next school.
The next paper to this.
Maristella. Okay. Again, you should have confidence that it is easy to spot. Log questions are like that one. Oh, there you go. Something. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there it is.
Where is it?
Question 2.
Right. At least you see it faster than me. Great. Okay, great. That's it. So you have 3 log questions. You can do it in whatever order you wish. Now, Ainesh, this is unfortunate. You did make a mistake. However, I'll give you the good news together with what? Yeah, I'll give you the good news together with the bad news lah. The good news is I think you apply all the law correctly. You were cheating though, because 2020 means you cannot get it wrong. You were a bit cheating there. So I don't want you to cheat. I want you to make the 20 and the 20 not be like that. I want you to make it like something else with 20. So I know that your base change is correct. Please do that first. Right. Change it somehow. Change it somehow. So that it's different, so that you know, okay, 200, fine. Okay, great. Then where should it be? Okay, wonderful. Now you apply all the law correctly. Now, what you need to do right now is, what you're doing is totally wrong, right? So now you do a basic log wrongly, 220 is not 10, right? I just want to say that, right? That's just totally wrong, That's just a totally wrong logarithm. It's also not 2, Stop doing things. Now your basic log is wrong. Yeah, stop doing that. The proper response is that this cannot be done. That's a proper response.
Oh,
because 20 cannot be 200 power something. You are not doing what you learn on top here. You're rushing through a basic log. Basic log is what you're supposed to understand.
I thought 20 square was 200. My math was...
Yeah, it's 400. It's 400.
Yeah.
Right. However, here, I would like to note that you did one simple math mistake. So that's the bad news. The good news is that you get the laws correctly. The bad news is you must now spot your simple math mistake. There is a simple math mistake. Please do so.
Is it this? Now,
the log is very unclear from your writing. The log is at the bottom or is at the top of the fraction?
No, it's multiplying. So technically...
right, on the top. Wonderful. Right, that was the mistake. Yes, thank you. That was a mistake. So, before we go to the exam questions, you are maybe you can try now, right? The loss of logarithm is, take it as pure memorization. You have to do it perfectly. Okay, Anish?
Yeah.
But when I say you have a mistake in the basic log, I was hoping that you will understand it. You should not memorize everything. You should not understand everything also for logarithm. Okay, right? So let's see what happened. Now, I think. Yep. So Aditya has kindly prepared for us a many logarithm question. I'm going to combine it with the log question from yesterday. So you have a lot of options here. They demand of you everything. Now, look at page 9, please, Ainesh.
Okay.
The first question, the simultaneous equation, demands of you both logarithm and indice.
That's the thing. My indices is dead.
So if you see this in exam, you skip.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it.
Right. So you have, question 10, question 2, question 5, question 6. Those are pure logarithms. So choose and do. But please tell me which one you're doing by writing the number.
When you square root something, it's pretty much like 9 to the power of y square rooted is 9 to the power of y divided by 2.
You are correct in terms of indice, but your indice is nowhere near solving this problem. Don't. Nowhere near. Please don't try the first question. Please. Don't waste time. You're trying to maximize your logarithm. You will have your basic indice practice from logarithm anyway. Please skip the first question first, please.
Okay. Oh, maybe I could do it. I think I can.
You are being very greedy,
I mean,
if this is exam, you're being very greedy. Now, how many minutes would you like to spare trying this? Let's limit the time.
The simultaneous equations. I just want to try it.
Yeah. Right, I'll limit it to 5 minutes. If there's no progress, then we skip first, okay?
Okay.
5 minutes, yeah? Right. So Aditya, you decided to deal with the log first. That's fine. That's great. All looks good, right? Okay, so far it looks good to me, right? So far it looks good to me. Then you want to sub. That is an interesting idea. I'm not sure I agree with it, but that is an interesting idea, Aditya. Right? So let's see how you deal with it.
Okay.
Yeah, it is an interesting idea, I must say. All right, let's see whether you get somewhere with this. Yeah, so Ines, your second last line was wrong. So that means your first 3 lines was actually correct. Pretty proud. Your second last line was wrong. Yeah, that's just totally wrong. And I'm a bit surprised because at this stage it should have been easy. So I'm not sure whether you're overcomplicating stuff or what.
Yes,
I'm not sure. Yeah, no, you're making it even worse. It's even worse, right? It's even worse. You're not thinking in this anymore. You're doing weird stuff already. You're experimenting. Yeah, I don't get why you would experiment at this stage. At this stage, it is supposed to be easy. You still have a lot of time though, so think carefully lah. So Aditya, I would totally disagree with the way you handle the last line, right? That means I would agree with how you handle up to there. Okay, Aditya, yeah? Shall I give you a hint or you want to think about it yourself?
I think a hint would be nice.
Look at the right-hand side, okay? The right-hand side is interesting the way you handle it, and I think there's potential. Just don't do the log because I think it makes your life even worse, right? That's the only reason why you shouldn't do log. Furthermore, even if you want to do log, why don't you do log 3? I don't understand why you do log 2, you know? Why do log 2? I don't get it. Right?
Because it's log 2 up there.
Yeah, that's a long way up there. And the reason why you want to do the log 2 there, because 2 and 4 kind of gels. 2 and 27 does not gel, 2 and 9 does not gel. When you can choose any base of log you want, why would you want to do log 2? You can choose, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but I think there's an even easier way than log. So I have given you 2 options. Do you want the other way or do you want the more appropriate logarithm way? Choose quickly, Aditya.
The other way, so that like
right.
I have something to count on.
Right. 27 power something divided by 9 power something. You cannot do anything with this guy, but you want to because your goal is to find y. Correct? That's your goal.
Yeah.
You cannot find y when there's still 2y flying around. You need to combine them. If not, you will never get the y. That's the general process of thinking. Do you understand what I'm saying? You want the y on top to somehow combine with the y on bottom somehow, some way, one way or another. Yeah, that's what you want. To do that, 27 and 9 is your barrier. The problem is 27 as a base is not the same as 9 as a base, right? 27 is the base of the indice on top. 9 is the base of an indice at the bottom, right? They are not the same base, obviously. So therefore, no combination is possible. You must make both of them have the same base. That's the hint. Inish, you're almost running out of time, but at least you did something interesting. Can you go down a bit? Let me see the logarithm process. This is your first time doing it in exam, right? In exam situation, yeah, looks great, looks fine. The law is done properly. Oh, okay. Now, the 3x is not equal y, yeah? So everything else from there is wrong, okay?
Why is 3x not equal to 1?
Look, your index is wrong, but your logarithm seems fine until you mix up, until you put in the equation for the first one. Look. So that you don't die out of curiosity, can I just do the index for you?
Yes.
This does not mean that your index is good, yeah? It does not mean that, but I want your logarithm to be good. That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Wait, Mr. Phillips.
Do you get my hint or not?
No, I'm still lost. Like, I don't.
Can't you change the 27 and change the 9 into the same number?
Oh, yeah.
Change it into the same base.
Oh. Okay.
Do you understand what I'm writing, Inish, in page 9?
Oh, one second. But the lesson that we're missing on Saturday, right? Can you do a makeup of it on, say, Wednesday? I have holiday on that day, so.
We probably can, right? Let's look at Sunday and see what happened. As in, let's look what happened after Sunday, okay? Then let's decide whether we need additional thing or not, right? Maybe for camp, maybe not for man. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm glad to hear that your Wednesday is a holiday.
It's always the alternate Wednesdays, the blended learning.
Right. Okay, come. I fixed the index for you. There. Do you see it?
Oh.
Now do something with this. You are still not out of the woods. Do something with this.
Can I clear something up? What did I do wrong here? If I do 3 to the power of y multiplied by 3 to the power of 1, is it not y? The power is it not 1 multiplied by y?
Look. Whatever theory you have, look, is 3 to the power of y times 3, correct? And then you say that 3 to the power of y times 3 is equal to 3 to the power of y. Does that even make sense?
So it'll be 3 to the power of y plus
1. If you so wish, plus 1.
Ah, okay.
Because what you did, no matter what, doesn't make sense. What happens to the 3, right?
True.
Now this will give you the same result as what I did. So that's great. That's great. That's great. Now you fix this, you put this into the logarithm side.
Yeah.
Aditya, again, move up a bit, please, because I think you're going on the right direction. Okay, great. I like that.
Yeah.
Wait, the bottom one, sorry, is 9 to the power of half y. Then it becomes 3 to the power of what? 1.5 y. Yeah, I think you messed up again there. Look.
Oh, yeah.
I think you messed up again. That's very weird. The top one you're correct. The bottom one you're wrong. They're supposed to be the same thing. It's very weird to me. But you messed up at the bottom. You messed up at the bottom. You messed up at the bottom.
Oh. 3 to the power of 2.
So Inish, I'm not getting it. You're supposed to insert that in, right? But the insertion looks very messy. Huh? What is it? What is that? That's
square minus x.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's great. That's great. That's great. Your last 2 lines doesn't make sense. Your last 2 lines doesn't make sense at all.
I know it doesn't. So.
Yeah. So, but you're good. It's very good for you to stay up to this point. It's very good. Very good. So rewrite that 3x squared minus x. I'm gonna tell you. Are you going to? Yeah. So did you realize that you applied the law wrongly? Did you realize that this is not the law? This is truly not the law. The law is not working this way. Look at the Jamboard again. This is where I say this is wrong. That's not how the law works.
Which law are you referring to?
The last one. You're applying the last one, what?
Yeah.
The law doesn't make sense. Please still look at how the law works. This one is not how the law works. Please realize the mistake because you need that in exam. You need to realize that this is a mistake. Okay,
Wait,
good.
Mr. Philip.
So Aditya, what you're doing from the second line, now your second last line is correct, right? Then you just somehow ignore all the three. That's a very bad move.
Okay.
How could you do that? How could you do? Oh, everything is free, so they are gone. No? Does that even make sense? Does that even make sense? That's what you're trying to do, lah.
That does not make sense. No.
Look, the reason why you change the top one base 3, the bottom one base 3 is not so that you can just willy-nilly erase them. It's because you can now combine the top and the bottom into one. That's the reason. Combine them.
Okay.
Ainesh, I'm going to show you something and you're going to tell me, is this basic logarithm, meaning understanding, or is this advanced logarithm, meaning law? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to show you something. So far, really so good. So far, really so good. So that's one thing going on. I look at this guy, there is no logarithm here, that's just 2. I look at this guy, there is a logarithm 2 here. I'm going to do something. There is no change on the left-hand side. I change the right-hand side. Two questions, yeah, Ainesh. What did I do just now? And therefore, why do I do that? Whichever question you can see first, you tell me lah. What did I do or why do I do it?
This is what I'm worried about. I don't think I can do this in exams.
Look.
I understand what you did.
But okay, do you understand the what or the why? Which one do you understand?
Because now you can just, and now it's 3x squared minus x equals 4.
All right, do that first. Do that first. Do that first.
That's not the issue here. Well, my issue is I don't know if I can ever be able to do this in the exam. Like I won't be able to think of this.
Look, you think in terms of strategy. The moment you enter the exam question, we talk about strategy. I have not talked about strategy to you. No wonder you cannot see it. You are understanding yourself properly. You cannot see this. So let me share with you the strategy so that you can see it.
Okay.
You understand me?
Yeah.
Right? Before that, Aditya, time is up for you, right? You haven't checked the answer, right? You have to go, right?
I mean, yeah.
Right. You have to check the answer so that your exam skill is complete, and that will take some time. Just do it later. Okay?
Check like sub it back in, right?
Yeah, and sub it back to both equations. So that takes some time. That takes some time, right? Because the numbers doesn't feel very good right now. Correct.
Yeah.
Right? Hoping that it's correct, but you know what? Let's not hope. Let's check, right? Okay. So later we'll continue later. You don't have time.
Yeah. So see you at 7.
See you at 7. Why is it 7?
Because like there's a 7 o'clock session, right?
Try not to attend. You cannot attend the 4 p.m. session, isn't it?
I don't know. Wait,
think so.
Let me just ask my dad.
Right. If you cannot, then attend the 7th. Okay. Simple. Right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. See you then. Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Ainesh. My strategy. So this is new. You need this. Okay. The strategy is very simple. Oh, goodness me. The left-hand side has a logarithm. The right-hand side don't. I either make this guy disappear or make this guy appear, then my life is easy. That's a simple strategy. Because I cannot compare left-hand side and right-hand side properly with one have log, the other one don't have. Okay, that's the assumption of this strategy. Do you understand this strategy or not? I will give you an alternative for your comparison later. Do you understand the strategy I am doing? Don't think about what you cannot do. I know that you cannot do it. Think about what I did. Do you understand why I did it?
Yes.
Okay, good enough. Now I'm going to give you an alternative. Okay, an alternative. The alternative is the most advanced version of the basic logarithm. log AB equals to C. This can become what? You tell me. We look at the Jamboard if you forget about this.
Log AB equals to C. What in the world? Nothing.
If you're panicking, calm down. That's the page 4. Don't try to memorize this one. I didn't present it as a memorization thing to you. If you forget how to understand this, tell me.
Yeah,
Yeah, what?
I forgot to understand.
Laser pointer, you're at page 4, yeah?
Oh, okay.
We start from the log, right? We start from the log, and somehow this is correct. Why? Yeah? Look, I'm claiming that the inside, see, I'm claiming that the inside must be 3 to the power of y. Remember, I did this thing. I'm claiming that the inside is 3 to the power of y.
Oh.
Then this base matches, so y lah. Oh my goodness. So 5 must be equal to 3 to the power of y. Must be.
I see.
Right. Okay. That's what I'm claiming lah. Right. So that's your alternative method. There are 2 methods here to choose from. You must see for yourself which one is more suitable for you in exam. Now, can this thing apply in this situation? Now look at this one more time. Huh? What does this mean? Right? The inside must be what? The inside must be?
Page 9.
Yeah, we're back to page 9. The inside must be?
C.
Nice. You nonsense, right?
Log
AC equals to C. When does that even make sense?
That's true. It should be
the inside must be
the power of C.
Yeah. So what do you write? Oh, the inside must be a to the power of C. So what do you write?
B equals to a to the power of C.
Okay. Now the question is, can we apply here? Well, advantageously lah. Can we? Look at this. The inside must be. The inside must be.
The inside must be 2 to the power.
The inside must be what?
That.
Yeah, that thing must be. Alright, let's practice again. Huh? Here's something similar. Practice again. The inside must be
7 to the power of x.
Good. The inside must be
2 to the power of
2 to the power of
all that.
2. The inside must be 7 to the power of x. The inside must be, come on.
2 to the power of 2.
You okay? If you're okay, write that down.
Wait, I need to understand this. Give me a second.
Yes, you should. Yes. This one you must.
Yeah, kind of.
Are you okay? Right. Could you landscape the phone change? If when you're ready, then you write that down.
Okay.
Sorry, you're writing something, right? In some places, right? Is that what you're doing right now?
And I'm fixing the phone.
You're fixing the
Then
move up, please. Sorry, move up. We cannot follow. Yeah. So at this point, you will just find the x.
yeah.
Or right, you found the x, and is this the n?
Yes.
No.
What did I ask for?
You find the y lah. Find the y. But because this is a simultaneous equation, right?
But one of them has to be rejected, right?
I'm sorry.
Does any of the x values have to be rejected?
You have to consult the question again. The rejection is always based on the question. Am I supposed to reject -1? Is there a reason to do that? Am I supposed to reject 4/3? Is there a reason to do that? You must present the reason to yourself. The reason is not just because, oh, it's negative, I have to reject. Please, that's wrong. Look at the question, right? The question, I'm referring to the Jamboard, yeah? So if I put -1 here, is that a problem?
No.
Right? If I put 4/3 here, is that a problem?
No.
All right. Now, well, we just have to check this one out. If I put -1 here, is that going to be a problem?
No.
Yes, it is.
It is?
The logarithm inside, the logarithm cannot take negative. Cannot.
All these
Cannot
basic
take
stuff
negative.
I don't know is gonna screw me up.
Do you want to understand this?
Yes.
Right. This is considered basic logarithm. Just I never touch it. Yeah. So let's put log 2. This one, let's put 8 lah, then equals to 3. Correct?
Yeah.
Easy to understand because 8 is 2 to the power 3 lah, right? Okay. Now, I will present it this way lah. I'll present it this way. This means 8 must be 2 to the power 3. Correct? It must be 2 to the power 3. Okay? 1 equals to?
This is just log 2.
No, this log 2, 1. You learned this yesterday.
0.
0. Because, or it must be, right? Because, or it must be that 1 is 2 to the power 0.
Okay.
Right? Now, I'm going smaller and smaller before I reach negative. Right? So now, can I handle a fraction here? Can or not? Can or not?
Can I? Yeah.
If I can change the half into base 2, then I stand a good chance lah. So can I?
2 to the power.
This is where your calculator will help. You need that help right now. So half is, if there is, yeah, half is 2 to the power of,
Trying to find out. It's not giving me the answer. I can't find it. What's going on?
let me see your calculator, please. Right, 2 to the power of, yeah, so whatever fraction power you do, it will never be a fraction, right? Try 1 over 1,000, 2 to the power of, 2 to the 1 over 1,000, right? So 10,000 or whatever, right? It does not reach fraction at all. Because simply put, 2 to the power of 0 is 1. 2 to the power of 0 is 1. You just learned that just now. So if you put a fraction which is, bigger than 0, it will not go down below 1.
Oh.
Right? If that makes some sense, right?
Yeah.
So finally, you explore the negative. There you go. There you go. The moment you explore negative number, you'll get it. So please don't be confused, yeah? Just now I was telling you, oh goodness, this cannot be negative. I was telling you that. I'm in the process of explaining why. I never said that 2 to the power of minus 1 cannot. This one can. Because this is not a negative. 2 to the power of minus 1 is not a negative. That was part of your in this struggle.
Yeah.
Okay, so power negative can. The whole thing negative cannot. We'll see why. So one more time. What is logarithm 2 half? What is it? The answer will be?
Logarithm 2 half is something, 1.7.
Hey, we're doing here and then we're doing here and then you just have to do that. This is equals to that. So therefore the answer is the base of the logarithm has finally matched the base of the guy inside. Come on, if it matches, then what can you do?
It's minus 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
You okay? You sure?
Yeah. Very tired.
Time is almost up. Shall we simply rest?
Sure, up to you.
Right. So rest. If you wish, you can come in faster later, but rest. Okay.
Yeah.
You still have a lot of logarithm exam questions to tackle. Right. Okay. Good job on tackling your first one. We don't know whether it's correct or not yet, but it looks reasonable to me. It looks reasonable.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'll see you later, Anish.
I see. Bye.
Okay, Yankin, can you hear me now? Yankin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, I can hear you. So, how are you?
Well, I finished the question from yesterday. It's pretty difficult. But I think I got it, and the answer correlates.
That means
Uh,
the normal becomes a normal distribution.
Yeah, and then there's 2 layers of it. First, I needed to add 20 weeks of it, add 20 like unique weeks to it, then multiply distribution by 10 and 20 respectively, then add the two of them up. Then
Yeah.
I can do the more than 250.
Correct. Then you can do the probability and everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But also, yeah, also pretty difficult for me. I think I stayed here more than 30 minutes after the lesson.
But you get it in 30 minutes is because this seems like the first time you do this. There's a
Like go from binomial to normal, yeah, I guess.
yeah. That's weird to me because I find this to be quite expected from exam. They say great, right? Okay, dear, right? But yeah, I always have that impression, right? They like to do that. And they will give you good marks for it. And it is very predictable when they will do it, which is near the end.
Yeah.
Even though that's the first time you do it, it might be a good news if it keeps happening, not a bad news. It might be. Because the whole process is not, it turns out that it is not that complicated after you try it out the first time. After you know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that depends. I mean, I needed you to tell me that it was normal. I don't think.
You have never encountered this in tutorial or whatnot.
No, because when we learn normal, it was just strictly normal distribution. Maybe there was a bit of binomial, but it was only the case where you get a normal distribution and then you put into a binomial. It's never the other way around. Like you get a binomial and then after you find the mu and find the sigma, then you turn into normal.
Yes. I mean, I can understand that. But what I'm referring to is exactly this kind of question, where there's a transition from binomial to normal in a way that, I mean, even the formula is provided for you. You must agree, right? At the binomial chapter, probably they provide you that. Right? So again, please expect to see this and expect to be able to do it now that you know, right? Now that you know. I don't think the next time you do it, it will take you 30 minutes, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Right. Yesterday, I was making a big deal out of the expected value, but apologies for that. It was a big deal out of nothing. So you were correct. Right. So, but what I'm asking is not that. What I'm asking is, how are you?
Okay. I mean, after the tuition, I think I did a bit more, but not much. I just went to sleep after I woke up at quite late actually, considering what time I went to sleep.
No worries.
I feel fine, but we'll have to see for the rest of the day.
Right. So we are at Friday, and there's Saturday, Sunday, and then it will be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, yeah. Or Monday and Friday. I have exams basically every day.
How come? Sorry.
The first three days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be physics, chem, math.
Yeah.
Physics and math in order. And then Thursday, Friday is chem physics paper 1.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so paper 1 is 2 days. So I go back like 1 hour, then I come back.
Like MCQ, right? It's MCQ kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it is. So it's an hour long.
Yeah. Right. So a short comment on MCQ first. You know your A-level schedule, right? You know
Yeah,
the one I sent
have
to
it in
you,
front of
right?
me.
So wait, so a small comment on MCQ.
MCQ is always the last paper. It is the last paper
It's
for me anyway.
always. But in O level, you have a lot of gap days lah, so that even
Not,
if you never prepare for MCQ, you can do
I
that.
think
days,
there's only there's about 5-day gap. As far as I can
Mm,
see, there's a 5-day gap between my math paper 2 and chem
can
paper
you
3,
yeah,
and
can you
then a 4-day gap. 4-day gap between paper 2s and between paper 2 and like physics paper 2 and physics paper 3, and then only a
yeah,
2-day gap between.
yeah. So the gap is not a lot. The gap is not a lot.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So even though it is the last, and even though the paper 3, paper 2 preparation is good for the paper 1, even though that's all true, right? It's all true.
Mhm.
But you don't have a big gap day, right? So let me check for a while. Yeah, you don't need it.
And the biggest I have is like 5 days from the 11th to the 16th of.
11 to 16. Yeah. 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 Because your first week is a full pack of important stuff. Yeah.
GP, then chem paper 2
Correct.
and
Correct.
math paper
Correct.
1.
Correct.
Math
Correct.
paper 2.
We can say that the second week is a breather week lah. It is a breather week. First week was packed. Second week is breather. Then, I kind of breather lah. Then the third week is about the same lah. So you finish your A level in 3 weeks, which is very fast, isn't it? Now that you know that.
I don't have any perspective, but yeah.
Yeah, it is very fast. It is very fast. Because you finish O level in 4 weeks instead of 3, right? Okay. But for our MCQ, this time in prelim, you go in without pressure lah. We go in without any burden. No, just do it lah. No special preparation. Also, no special time to prepare for them. What you prepare for paper 3 is what you prepare for MCQ lah. Now, definitely your MCQ will not be perfect lah, right? But I don't think you should worry about that right now. That's the least of our worries lah, right now. Right. So if you think like that, that's good. Now, your plan has been slower, right, to execute, right? The study plan, your plan, this plan, but you have been a bit slower in that, correct?
Mhm.
Right. How is that? Is that also true for the rest, or is it just true for math?
My study plan is for the
Because
holidays.
for the prelim lah, for the upcoming for the coming week lah, right?
I mean, slower, yeah, maybe. I think I was going the first time I touched chem should be today.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a bit dangerous.
Right.
It's
So I think definitely slower. So, I mean, whatever that means, it should always mean that after prelim you are better. That should just be the case. Prelim is just prelim is not a bump on the road, right? It's not a big deal on the road. It is just another practice lah. How can I say it better? It is just another practice. You're gonna have a practice paper for paper 3, and they slap a name to it called prelim. That's it lah. That's it. And what you want out of that is simply to be better after the prelim. That's what you want every day lah. Oh, now I'm better at binomial. I think I can say that lah. I think you are definitely better than binomial than 2 days ago lah. Like definitely like, oh my goodness. Right, you didn't know things, my goodness. Right, but you recovered. So you're slow, but you're getting better. Yeah. I haven't answered my question, which is there too many holiday tuition? Is there just too many?
I'm not sure. I mean, we're already at the tail end of it, so.
No, we're not. We're not even halfway. This is your half. This is like, because 5 days, right? This is the 2.5. This is our first half of the third day. So we are only at 50%. We're not at the tail end. We're not. Correct or not?
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? So this is the third day, only the half. When you finish this session, then that's 50%. Boom.
Hmm.
So
I
judging
mean,
from everything, is it a good idea to continue with the other half, or should we reduce, or what? Right.
I'm not sure. I feel like there is time, but
No, not time, not time. No. You're mistaken. No. It's not that there is time. No. Is there benefit or not?
oh, benefit. Yeah, I think so.
Is there benefit, more benefit compared to if you just study yourself?
Huh.
That's what you should be thinking.
I think at least for math here, there's some of the binomials and normal stuff I will not be able to do myself.
True. Then if there is a benefit which is more than your self-study, right? Because if you don't have tuition, you just self-study one, correct, right? Right. Then make the benefit count lah, right? Make the benefit count in prelim. Not that prelim is a big deal, but you want to test it out, right? You want to, okay, wow, okay, is this going to work or not, right? Let's test it out. Right?
Yeah.
Like, don't treat prelim as the real A level. Treat prelim as the time to test a lot of things that you have learned. Okay, all right. Then if you feel that it is too many, or if you feel that the benefit is not there, then you should not do this much tuition. Just saying, okay? Just saying.
Okay.
Right. So now, what do we do today?
Well, I was thinking we should do correlation because I tried it yesterday and wow, I couldn't even start it.
Huh? Really? Wow. Right. I mean, I haven't touched correlation with you, but correlation is not supposed to be that hard.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary that it's hard. It's just that I need to get back into like the way to solve it. Because
Isn't there anything? Right. I mean, I agree with that. You know, where we have to deras, but can't you do that by referring that to yourself? Like there are probably harder things than correlation. You know, in tuition, in terms of tuition. Are you sure you cannot do that by yourself later or in the middle or whatever?
I guess
refer,
I can try.
Yeah, refer to your previous working, right? You have done a lot of work back then. Just read them a little bit and get in shape quickly.
Sorry, I meant hypothesis testing. What am I talking about?
Yeah. Correlation is supposed to be right? It's supposed to be one of the easiest things. Right?
Hypothesis testing. My God.
Yeah, fine. We can talk somewhat about hypothesis. Somewhat, right?
Yeah, I couldn't start it.
Okay. Still, the same thing should apply lah. You should look at your previous work lah. But correlation, I'll leave it to you. Okay. You should gain the correlation mark. You should gain it, and you should be ready for it. You should be fit for it lah. Okay. All right. So got video and everything.
Give me a sec. The hypothesis, but I don't know how to craft it from this paragraph.
Don't focus on that. Don't focus on that yet. I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. In terms of getting back to shape, getting back to shape. Because you do remember that we did this quite a lot. This is not a chapter that we neglect, right? Yeah. Let's get back to shape. Let's get back to shape. We're ignoring the A and the B for now. Just the first paragraph, okay? We're getting back to shape. It feels to me that you are not sure even for the story paragraph, the context paragraph. If I'm wrong, just tell me.
Yeah, not too sure.
Then, okay, so I told you the expectation back then in hypothesis testing, right? Do we know the population or not? The population mean lah. Do we know that? Or not?
It's 178.2 over 30, isn't it?
You're already wrong, no? You're
Or
already
no,
wrong.
that's the sample mean.
Yeah. Think carefully, yeah. Think carefully, yeah. Don't throw things around. We obviously have the sample mean. Does that make sense? We obviously have it. Why? Why do we obviously have the sample mean?
Because we have the number of people number of people in the sample and
we measure lah.
Yeah.
We measure, like in this case, it's a shampoo, right? So we measure the shampoo one by one, Then we have individual data, and then he don't give you the individual data, but we do have the individual data. It's just that whatever, man, I'll just give you the mu of that data lah. Right? The mean of that data, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously we have it, and every time we want to do hypothesis testing, should we have a sample mean?
Yeah.
Right. Correct. Yes or no?
We might need to find it sometimes,
but in the case that they give you the raw data lah, as in the whole 30 data, the whole 50 data, but I don't think they do that in exam because that takes a lot of time for low level work like. It's just a low level work, just input stuff. So they just give you, here's the mean as a summary of the whole data. So one more time, do you expect to be given the sample mean every time?
no, not really.
If they don't give you the sample mean, then
They might ask you to find it, right?
From what? From what?
From the data.
So they might need to give you the 30 data. They might like.
Yeah.
And then you have to put it in the calculator.
Uh-huh.
Okay, fine. I'll take it that is possible. So either they give you the sample mean or they give you the raw data. Fair enough, right?
Yeah.
Right? So do you expect that every time they give you the sample mean or the data itself?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. Then my first question was not that, right? My first question is, do we know the population mean or not?
The population mean is the one like across all shampoo bottles, right? So it's like,
which is not the sample, which is the
Yeah.
whole
So
sample production.
it's the 5.5.
You're not.
Is it not?
No. Yankee, understand the context. That's your problem. That's your problem. Understand the context. If we already know the population mean, why are we testing?
Oh,
Do you understand or not? The word is even should be. It should be 5.5, shouldn't it?
yeah.
That's the claim,
Okay.
based on some other knowledge, maybe knowledge of the past, it should be 5.5, or in this case, they give you a theory, The theory is that, it should be 5.5 to match the pH level. It's not, it should be 5.5 because I measure every shampoo bottle. We do hypothesis testing because we don't know the population. We're trying to approximate the population. We're not even trying to measure the whole population, even though we don't know. But the first thing first is we don't know. There's some indication, but we don't know.
Okay.
And I'm not looking forward to measuring every shampoo bottle, so I sample.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
It's like you don't understand this, and now it's like, so is this relevant or not? Because in other question, you know the population mean. In other questions, in other situation like yesterday, you know the mean. They just tell you, okay, this is the mean of the population. Don't mix them up. In a hypothesis, they say you don't know the population mean.
Okay.
Do you understand?
I think it's because I don't know. I feel like there wasn't a very strong when I was learning it. There wasn't a very strong distinction in my head between population and sample.
So is it now very strong? It
I think
needs
it's
to be
stronger
very
now,
strong.
yeah.
It needs to be. The sample is the sample of the population. Is a small subset of the population. I'm sampling, man.
Okay.
Now
Yeah.
let's be very practical again. Why the heck am I sampling?
So you
Besides
don't
the fact that we
so
don't
you
know,
don't-
besides that we don't know. Huh?
so you don't have to test the whole population.
So sorry, what? Sorry.
So you don't have to test the whole population.
So practical concerns lah.
Yeah.
Money concerns, time concerns lah. So this is a very real concern. That's why people do sampling. That's why people do hypothesis testing, because we can only sample. And yeah. So that's why the hypothesis claim or the hypothesis setup is that the mu is this or the mu is that. Because we don't know, we want to test. Does this make sense? That's why you set it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Can ya? Now we're still at the before A, yeah? It has been suggested that you're itching to do things, Are you sure you just want to do things? Because it doesn't seem to work very well for you,
Probably not.
Right? Right. If this is irrelevant, we'll just keep to how to do it. Would you like to do that?
I think I'll have to learn every single time how to do it if I keep doing this.
Yeah, if you just keep concentrating on what to do. You don't even understand the situation. That means every question is new. Isn't that very scary?
Yeah.
So understand the context, because the context is the same every time. Like every time is the same. Stop doing what you're supposed to do and start, learning the context. Stop fidgeting and itching to do. Okay. You'll get there very soon. You'll get there very soon. Very, very soon. Okay. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. The story goes. He was suggested that 5.5. At this point, I don't even think that the 5.5 is the claim yet, because that's just the theory behind that. Okay, I want it to be 5.5. Right? Then comes the third. That comes the third sentence. Do you see the third sentence?
Yeah.
A shampoo manufacturer wants to investigate if the pH level of his shampoo is 5.5. Then finally, only at this sentence, okay, I'm pretty sure this is the claim to be tested, look. This is it. You didn't get that. You didn't get that. Yeah, you didn't get that at all. That's why you are struggling to even set up the hypothesis. See, the shampoo manufacturer wants to investigate. Making sense, right? Because every time we're doing a hypothesis, we are trying to investigate.
Okay, yeah.
The bowl factory manager wants to investigate if
it is 5.5. So
no, the bowl. I'm referring to another different story here. It's not going to be a shampoo manufacturer in your exam. Okay, the toy car manufacturer manager wants to investigate if
what the toy car is, I don't know,
of a certain length, right? Because why? Because by right, the machine setting is like that, look. By right, but is it right?
I mean, it may not be.
Yeah, it may not be. And if he finds out it may not be, maybe some hanky-panky thing is going on. Either to the machine or to the operator or to the distributor. You understand? Maybe the material got error. Maybe the machine got error. Maybe the operator got error. By right lah, but is it true? That's real world context, right? That's what we want to find out. So this manufacturer wants to investigate, is going to repeat itself all the time because that's just the context. Look. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Read that sentence one more time. Do you think this is the hypothesis? Do you think this is the claim or not?
Wants to investigate is at the optimal level. I think that's the claim. If it is at the optimal level. Yeah.
So the optimal level currently is
5.5.
5.5. And then he tells you the significance level, 10%. Yeah, okay lah. Happy to oblige, right? You want it 1%, you want it 10%. That's up to the question to set up. No surprises there, right? Right. Now look at the last sentence before A. He measures the pH value of N bottle. Does that surprise you? Is this supposed to happen, or is this some sort of an extraordinary question?
It's supposed to happen.
Correct. Will this repeat again in the next question?
I suspect it will.
Right. Because that's just how hypothesis testing works in this kind of context, in the context that I want to investigate. So far, so good? Can yeah? Yeah. Now in A, they tell you N equals to 30. Surprise, surprise, or no?
No, not surprised.
Why is 30 not a surprise to you?
Because then you can use the common what's it called?
Central limit theorem.
Central limit theorem.
You can assume, meaning you can assume that everything is normal. Right?
Yeah.
If it is not normal, then a bit troublesome. 30 is the limit. So if they give you 30, you don't have to care whether the shampoo is actually normal or not. Whether the sample is actually normal or not. Never mind, everything is going to be fine. Correct?
Yeah.
Look at below. In the case where N is unknown, is this going to trouble us a little bit?
Yes, because then you
it
can't
may be less than 30, it may be more than 30.
Yeah, then you can't use normal distribution.
Correct. Which is this a nonsensical test lah? You test, you don't even know how many. But nonsense as it is, he's trying to test our knowledge, no? Because in real world, obviously we should know how many N is there, right? Obviously lah, right? But maybe the manager asked somebody else to do it, and that somebody did a sloppy job. Maybe. Don't even know how much is the sample. Right? Now back to A, yeah, back to A. It is found that this is sigma x. That's not the mu lah. So is it a surprise that they give you sigma x? That's not the mu, right?
No, because then you could use that to find the sample mean.
Okay. Then last question. You're going to find the mu, right? I totally agree with you. You know how to do it, right?
Yes.
Will it surprise you if it is not 5.5?
No, I don't think it will. I don't think it's surprising.
All right. So it can be 5.6, it can be 5.8, it can be 5.4 so far.
Yeah.
Does that mean, here's the crux of the issue. Does that mean that the pH of the shampoo is not 5.5?
I mean, they wanted it to test at 10% significance, right? So that means if it's like 10% outside of the 5.5. I don't know what you call it, a limit. I'm not sure.
Something like that. Then alarm sound lah.
Then it'll be significant enough for it to be counted. It's not 5.5.
Then the claim is wrong. But if it is just around there, you should be reasonably happy lah. Now, why would the population mean be different from the sample mean? Why would that be so?
Because you have a larger, your population mean is a general thing, right? So you have a wider spread, and so I'll be different.
The point is that doesn't surprise you.
I don't think it will. No.
It doesn't mean that the sample mean reflects the population mean properly, right? It doesn't mean that, right? So there can be a deviation. Okay, good. Now, why do they give you sigma x squared?
So you can find the sample variance.
Sample variance. Good. These are the sample mean and sample variance. Then question A1. Find unbiased estimate of population mean and, well, unbiased estimate of population variance.
I have a question.
Is that surprising? Yeah. Is that even surprising? Okay.
Is unbiased estimate of population mean and variance the sample mean and variance? Because
no. Or in the case of the sample mean, it is an unbiased estimate of the population mean. Just look at the formula. Yes, you are estimating the population mean as the sample mean. You are. It is an estimate, it's not the real thing. That's why I keep asking you. Okay, but just find out the number. 178.2 divided by 30. What is it? I think it's around 5.8 or something.
5.94.
Which is very far, by the way. Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
but page variance is supposed to be that big, lah, right? It's not as big as we think, right? So 5.94, right? So referring to the formula in your notes, isn't that the unbiased estimate of the population mean?
Fine to the, let me just check.
Yeah, just check your notes because you need to memorize the formula. By the way,
Unbiased estimate. Yeah.
is the unbiased estimate of the population mean is the sample mean. That's the easy part.
Let me
Right.
check. This is sampling vector, and sampling. Oh boy, wow. This is page 6. They give the unbiased estimate of population mean, and it's the formula I used.
Where do you use it? Where do you use it?
Let me see some. Oh,
If you don't understand the page you're reading, show it to me. We'll discuss it together, right?
yeah, just yeah, wait, I'll just take a picture of it.
Right.
There you go. That.
Where do you put it? Sorry. Let's put it in the same page, maybe. Maybe that's better.
Yeah, I'll put it in the same page.
Make it smaller. There you go. Okay, let's see whether this is the correct page, right? There you go. Unbiased estimate of the population mean. We need an unbiased estimate of the population mean and the population variance. It does come from the sample, right? So because this sigma x is the sigma of the sample, sig x is a sample, correct? A sample measurement data, so sigma data. So this is the total of the sigma data, the total of the data divided by the number of n. Yeah, that means the unbiased estimate the population mean is the sample mean.
Okay.
Could you write that down? The formula does mean that. That it makes it very easy for you to memorize. Write down. Then we talk about the population variance.
Right. So unbiased estimate is other place. Let's put this in. Give me a second.
Yeah. Your arrow is wrong. Your arrow is wrong.
Is it?
No. This is sample. Sorry. Let me. Your arrow is wrong. Yeah. That is sample mean. Yeah, that is sample mean. That's not also sample mean. That is sample mean, right? It's not also sample mean, right? Like sigma x over n is sample mean. Is that correct or not? Or are you unsure of that?
I thought they would. I mean, I thought they were different things.
What nonsense.
I mean,
sigma x is the sigma of the measurements, right? I measure 30 times, I total it up, I give it to you, right?
Yeah.
Sigma x. If I divide those sigma x with the 30 in this case, then what do I get?
Sample mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, correct lah. Sample mean or sample average, correct.
But that is that is the unbiased estimate of the population.
Yeah. It's not population mean, it's sample mean. I think you are glossing through the word unbiased estimate. The emphasis here is the estimate. This is an estimate of the population mean. Let me change this. Let me change this. The word unbiased into best. That's not the proper way, but that's the best estimate we have of the population mean. Sample mean is not population mean. We already know that, right? You know that sample mean is supposed to be different than population mean. But what else can we have? That's the best estimate one.
All right.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense? The
Yeah.
only way to improve that, if you want to improve upon it, there's a very simple way to improve upon it. Do you know what?
Have a larger sample.
Yeah, look. And if you have a larger sample, your estimate will be closer and closer.
With the population mean.
Yeah. So the formula stay. The sample mean is always our best estimate of the population mean. But if you work harder, you take more samples, then you will get a better estimate. Well, I mean that all that makes sense.
Okay.
This is okay. This is just the standard story of hypothesis testing. We don't know this, we only have that.
Yeah, okay. I can work with that.
Clearly, this will happen in the next question. Clearly. Now, before we go to the variance, for some reason, we also need the variance. If not, why would we be estimating, right? We also need the variance. But do we ever have the population variance?
No.
Sometimes we have. This is the weirdest thing ever. Sometimes we almost never have the population mean. That's always the one being tested. But sometimes in the question, we have the population variance, past data. Then we don't have to estimate anymore. In this question, however, we clearly don't like they never even tell us anything. What do they tell us? They tell us sigma x squared, no? Correct? Which is a clear indication that, okay, I'm not telling you anything about the population variance. You have to estimate. Okay, I'll use my best estimate. Can, yeah, right? So now you have the row number 1 and row number 2. You're going to ignore row number 3 for a while. I remember row number 3 totally confused you back then in the question. Whereas row number 3 is the best thing ever for me. So let's ignore row number 3. Let's look at row number 1 and row number 2. I did try to confuse you with so many rows.
Pretty sure not. I think with the data I have, there's only one row.
Which row?
All
right. Which one? Sorry, which one? Sorry, I'm not seeing anything. Which row?
I'm circling it in the Jumbo.
So row number 2, is it? Just checking. Yeah, row number. So just checking. So just depending on what they give. Depending on what they give, we'll just use this or that. Right. So back to the story. You know there's a formula. The story is I need to estimate. Because if I don't estimate, how can I test? Pretty simple.
All right.
Okay. So I guess for the first part of the 6 marks, maybe the first 1 or mark or 2 is to simply write the correct formula and carry it out. Have you done that?
Like find the sample, the
unbiased estimate of the population mean and unbiased estimate of the population variance.
I can do that.
Yes, please.
Is there a symbol for it, or do I?
Yeah, those things I don't know. Could you check your note, please, for the symbol? Because we will hate to write unbiased estimate of population mean in exam. We would hate that.
X bar.
X bar. Really? X bar is the unbiased. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that.
Excuse me. For variance, there is a symbol for variance.
The small sigma. Oh no, that's not variance. I'm sorry, that's not variance. That's standard deviation. So I think sigma square. I think. Oh, S square. That's easy. Applying this and applying that, right? Now, again, needless to say, you will need to remember this.
Yeah, I think I have to. Minus.
Right, best calculator, yeah, and we have something.
Give me a second. It's what? 1, 2, 3, 8. 2 minus 178.2 squared over 6.21. Okay.
Right.
So
Oh my goodness. The variance is big, right? Because if you square root this, the standard deviation will be. So
I don't
this is around 2.5. Yeah, around 2.5. Yeah, 2.5. So the pH variance is that big. Like 5.94 is nothing compared to the standard variance. A standard distribution. Yeah, right. So okay, good to know. Good to know. Now, then after you set up the claim, that's the formal setting up for the carrying the test. You have to set up the claim first, right?
Yes.
Do you need my help to do that?
I think so. So that's the population mean. And
No, that's the claim. That's the claim. That's the claim. That's the claim. Yeah, that's a claim to be tested. Is not, but in this case, yeah, because they never say. How do we know that this is written as not? The early paragraph tells us completely. It tells us.
Too low or too high?
Yeah, so this should be a double tail, right?
Okay.
Now, do you register that? Do you understand that from the reading of the paragraph?
I think, yeah, I think so.
I think so too. I think so. Great. Okay, so double tail test, right? Great.
All right.
All right. So, well, are we ready? I mean, is there anything else to do but to carry the test? Well, I guess you can draw if you want to, but carry out the test.
Okay.
This is where you should still be good.
Let me make sure I have everything. That's calculation. Yeah. Test. The test. That's 5.5.
Yeah, I think this one definitely will be in. This one clearly will be in. Right. I think even 5%, I think will be in. I think.
Let me I need to. So let me throw something out. So here is so what one of them is like 2.5. So
why is 2.4? So yeah, around 2.5. Yeah, I mean just for our knowledge, yeah. That's just for our knowledge.
So right. That means 5.5 somewhere
here, but it's very close to it, I think, because minus 2.5 is very big, right? Right, minus 2.5 out of 5.9 is very big. So this is super close to 5.94. That's why I say I think this will be a pass lah.
Let me think. Sorry. So 10% significance. What am I looking for?
Yes, a very good question. Yes. That's where you hypothesis test.
Hang on. So I remember there's a thing called p-value, but I don't remember what it symbolizes. I input the data. Okay, I did what I'm basically doing what my teacher told me from I don't know, from when we first learned it.
Yeah, because I'll follow you because I have no idea how the calculator works. So just follow you, right?
So I did a z test where I input this should be the what's it called, the population mean the claim of
Estimate the
the population.
unbiased, the claim, sorry, the claim. Yeah. Then
This is the unbiased
estimate as my estimate. Yeah.
Deviation.
That's are you sure 6.2 is are you sure that's the very
No.
sorry, because I'm not sure that symbol. That symbol means the standard deviation or the variance.
Oh yeah, so that's
Which one that is?
6.2108.
I think square root of that, right? Should be, right? Yeah. So be careful. Yeah. Okay, great.
And
Right.
5.94, that's the unbiased estimate of the
And then
deviation.
30, right? And 30. And then correct lah. This one good. Yeah. So yeah, calculate, I guess. So what's happening here? This looks very convenient to me. So what is this supposed to give you?
It's convenient if I know it, if I know what it symbolizes. So I know the
Z,
some significance, and the Z.
Look, the Z and the P. The Z must be the the standard value Z. Z.
So this is
Look,
the standardized.
Look. Yeah, your note should tell you this. I'm betting the P is the percent probability, like the area. I'm betting. It's not a value; it's a probability. And I think the Z is like the standard value. Like in this case, because we don't have the manual for the calculator. Then you have to look at your note. Your note will be telling you this one. Just look at the notes. That's your note is the manual to the calculator. Just find out what is P and what is Z in Z test.
Okay.
Let's just do that, and then we are happy. Then we are happy.
P value is the smallest level of significance at which the null hypothesis can be rejected. That means at which this, where it is 5.5, can be rejected. And
so what you're saying is that the P is 0.3 means 0.3% or 33%. Sorry, how do you read that?
It's 33%, isn't it?
Oh wow. Well, that means we should be rejecting it. Because it is not 10%. It is not 10%. Like your calculator is so convenient that they tell you this. Oh, it's 30%. Okay, lo, reject lo.
Okay.
Is that what your lecture notes say? Your manual wise, that's what P means?
I want to make sure I know what it actually means, because
yes. Let's look at the lecture note. Yeah, let's look at the lecture note.
That's not what it means, I think.
All right. Let's check some examples from the lecture note, right? Okay, do they use it that way?
P-value is the p-value is the area at which this z lies on like a normalized, on like a what's called standardized.
Yeah, correct. Then what I guess first time is correct lah. That's the percent area lah, right? Then the z value refers to
zero. Then there'll be,
first of all, it's not 201, it's minus 101. Hello, your z value.
What am I talking about?
Right, 0, 1, 2, 3 to the right, 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3 to the left. Your minus 96 must be some guy near 1 lah. It must be lah. It must be some guy near 1. Right? Because 0.96 is very close to 1. That's your 0.96. So go ahead and put it there, 0.96, right? Over there, right? That's your 0.96. And then the 33%, because this is a double tail, right? This is a double tail, not a left tail or right tail, right?
Yeah.
The 33%, which is the p-value, must be referring to double tail. So there must be two symmetrical tails that you're drawing, and that total. I need
to divide it by.
Yeah, so the right tail is like 15 whatever, and the left tail also 15 whatever lah. The point is that's the total of the both tail lah. So you must have a minus 0.96 also lo. Correct? Because you're supposed to draw a double tail. There. So you shadow left, shadow right lah. That's your 30%, no? 33%. Okay, let's record the p-value here. Let's just put the p-value nicely here. Like let's put it in the paper and let's just confirm that this is all true. Then we are happy, right? The p is 0.33, whatever. 33, what is it? Let's go 5 significant figure, right? Okay, and let's put the z value as also 5 significant figure, and then we're going to do our own test, right? The z is 0.9602. Okay, now let's go to the normal distribution. Let's go to the normal. I don't know what you call normal CDF, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, normal CDF, and then let's do the z test lah, which is let's do lower is minus z, upper is plus z lah, right? Lower is minus 0.96, right?
Negative 0.96.
7, so upper is right, and then you put the mu as 0, the standard deviation is 1. Right, and this 666 should be the complement of 0.333 lah.
Yeah, so it's the center.
Yeah, the center area lah, correct? Makes sense, right? You total them, it becomes there. See, very nicely done, right?
Yeah.
So I think our interpretation of the z and p is correct, no?
Okay, but what?
It was double pair. So what does this 33% mean, right? That's
Yeah,
your
what does
question,
it
right?
mean for the
Correct.
question?
Correct. Good. So are we supposed to reject or are we supposed to be happy here? Oh, this is more than 10%. Are we supposed to be happy or not?
The 10% has to split between both sides, right? So it'd be more accurate.
Yeah, but either you compare 10 and 33 or 5 and 16.5 lah. Same thing, what? Same what?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, okay. So it's the same thing. You can compare 10 and 33 or half and half, whatever, right?
So 33% is more than 10%, but
what does that mean? Right? Okay, go to your lecture note, man. If they teach you this kind of thing, then they should be teaching you how to interpret. What does the lecture note say?
yeah, lecture note says we reject H0 if the p-value is less than or equals to alpha. Alpha, I assume, is
the significant value. Yeah, the significant
value.
Yeah.
So the 10%.
Oh, for some strange reason that we don't understand, if it is less, we reject. So that means if it is more?
If it's more, we do not reject H0.
Okay, all right. So we have our conclusion, right? That's the conclusion. Now we carry out the test and we have a conclusion, right? We don't reject, right? I mean, I think from CG, you have to write down the p-value at least, right? I think, right? At least you have to report from CG, p is equal to that. Correct? I think for your presentation purpose, for the marking purpose, correct or not?
Yes, but how would I?
I just say that just from CG, p-value equals to that. Simple, right? Like this kind of presentation should also be taught either in tutorial or in lecture note. From GC, yeah, what was CG? P-value is that. Then therefore, right? Then therefore, that's your basis of, in this case, accepting. Which is you say 0.33 is bigger than 0.1, right? 0.1, therefore we accept the null hypothesis. We accept HO. We do not reject HO. What am I talking about? Sorry, you're absolutely correct. We do not reject HO. We cannot say that we accept. Okay, time to check the answer, Kilo. For 6 marks, this doesn't seem to be too big of a deal. Once you understand, let's check.
So they gave two answers.
Yeah.
Either Z equals 0.967, which is less than 1.65.
Okay, yes.
Or P equals 0.33,
which is bigger than
0.54, which is bigger than 0.1. The conclusion being do not reject H0.
Yeah, the only problem you made is you didn't do 3SF.
I guess.
So that's why your note keep talking about the Z value and the P value, right? That's why. if you want to use the z value, I don't know why we want to do that, because we have to convert the 10% into the z value also. The 1.65 is the conversion that we have to do. Do you understand? Or not? Just do the normal CDF, double tail 5%. You will get that z value.
Double tail 5. Wait, let me what?
Okay, double tail. Actually, I'll just do a right tail 5%. I'll just do that. Right tail 5%. Do that.
What? So inverse norm
Yeah, inverse norm.
0.05 mu1.
Right. Yeah, 0.1 right tail. You'll get 1.65. See? That's the value that you have to.
0.967 is here, and then the 1.65 is further along here.
Yeah. Whichever doesn't confuse you, you have to use it. Because the z comparison and the p comparison feels different, you know. Like the p is bigger than that, you don't reject. But the z value, if the z value is smaller than that, you don't reject. Are you sure? Both are compatible to you. Because you can just use one, it's okay. You can always just use one.
I think I'll just use the p value.
Yeah, so stick to p from now on, because you do use z back then, you do. And then you have to conclude, oh, because z 0.96 is smaller than, okay, I'm very confused, right? So stick to p low, you can always do it one. Unless they specifically ask for z. You know what you're supposed to do? Do the p first lah, then just conclude z according to p. You understand or not? If they specifically ask you for z, do your p and then match your conclusion. Ta-da! Happy already low.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Happy, yeah? Clear, yeah? Okay,
Right.
That's your 6 marks lah. This is standard hypothesis testing. Good for you to know. Part 2. I'll leave it to you. There's the CLT lah, right? The CLT.
Yeah, CLT.
Right. So can we skip to part 1? Also something that you have to understand. This is a good question. It summarizes a lot of things.
Assume that the sample means the same. State the critical region for the test.
What does that supposed to mean? So look at the part of the lecture note where you don't know the n, or you must assume that the n is smaller than 30, I think.
Let me add. First testing result. Let me think. It's not, since I was no, that's not good. Okay, the 5 pieces. Questions will only have if only. So let me see. This would be there we go. And unknown n.
Yep. Okay.
What is the critical region? What are the questions first? State the critical region for the test. So I assume it's the what? The z value.
Let me think for when you say region. Wait, let me think for wait. Yeah, I think when they say region, they are specifically aiming for z. I may be wrong, yeah, but I think we should assume that.
So the z is
what you do from inverse norm, right?
Is more than
more or less. More or less.
Because ours was I don't want to think like this. Ours was outside the 1.64. That was less, right? So the critical region has to be inside the 1.64.
Which is less lah. Less lah.
What? But more than 1.64 will be further to the right, right? So it will be inside the.
Stop. We do need to clarify this. Okay, sorry. Finger out for a while. I want to copy. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, this we will refer to the lecture note from beforehand, right? When they either say P or Z, right? The lecture note. Oh, no. Your answer key is, your answer key. Didn't your answer key say either P is 0.334 is bigger than 0.1? Okay, so we reject, right? That's what your answer key say. Or the Z 0.96 is smaller than 1.65.
Yeah.
Right. So like this, right? Oh, I'm so sorry, my jam. So I'm going to say this, P equals to 0.334 bigger than 0.1, or Z 0.967 then smaller than 1.65, right? Okay, so for the critical region, so critical region means when you reject or when you accept?
When you reject.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad. That means you're right. Right. However, the critical region is not just this, So I thought the critical region is when you accept. Sorry, my definition is wrong. So you cannot just say this 6.5, is it? You must also say N and Z smaller than minus 1.6. Just say.
Because it's the double tilt test.
Yes, you have to say that. You have to say both, according to the drawing, right? Okay.
Okay.
So for some reason, in part B, the sample mean is given because they give you the total data, right? And then for some reason, N is large, which is always good, right? Okay, great. And then the population variance is given instead of the first one. The first one was 6.21, right? Now he go and change it. Now, when they say the population variance is found to be 6.5, do we have to use the unbiased estimate of population variance?
No.
No. We already have the population variance. Don't know where he get it, but we have. All right, not gonna dispute that lah. So isn't this what I told you? We never have the population mean, never. That's why that's what we test. How can we have it if we want to test it, right? If we have it, we don't have to test it really. But the population variance, for some reason, can be given. There is no deeper meaning to it. That's just how it goes for now, right? That's it.
Okay, wait. Let me try know what I'm.
Right, this one will be this part is the reverse logic, and we also need to understand.
All right. Okay.
So sorry, I go to the washroom.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hello?
yep, I'm looking at it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what favorable outcome means in this context.
Not rejecting lah.
Okay, but I wrote that, but I'm not entirely convinced myself.
I mean, you mean you're not convinced of the formula
I'm not-
or the 5.94?
I'm not sure what not rejecting it would mean in this context.
Fair
Does
enough.
it mean
Fair enough.
that
Is it more favorable for the manufacturer to receive a rejection result or to receive a not rejection result, right? That's your question, right?
yeah,
So you just put it in the manufacturer's shoe lah. Okay. If you receive no rejection, that means nothing needs to change. Simple, right? Business as usual. That's it lah. I
okay.
have investigated and nothing needs to be changed. If I receive a non-rejection, if I receive a rejected, well, okay, I think you cannot claim it is 5.5. As a manufacturer, let's say you're the big boss, you're the general manager. Uh-oh, what must you do? Is there anything to be done, or is it business as usual?
So if it's inside the significance level, that means it's significant enough for it to be rejected.
You're going to
means
reject,
nothing
yeah, you're going to
has
reject,
changed.
yeah, you're going to reject, boom. Yeah, so is that what will you need to do as a boss of the
Okay.
factory?
Change things up, I guess.
Yeah, well, not worse lah. That's a long drawn process because you don't even know what to change. It can be the machine, it can be the operator, it can be the procedure, it can be the material. Better be familiar with everything. That's why not anybody can be a general manager. You need people who are already familiar, then we can discuss the possible changes to be made. And then after you make the changes, you need to continually test so that you finally meet your goal of, not rejection. Right? Now,
Right.
even though you can say, yeah lah, finding out that something is wrong is favorable, right? Because then you can do something about it. That's totally correct as for life principle. Don't hide things, don't hide things. But in this simple context, in this question, which one is more favorable? To find out that not wrong or to find out that, yeah.
So it's not the difference is not significant enough for you to reject and thus this new change. Okay.
Yeah. Favorable outcome is here is not to reject.
So that means the z value will lie outside the critical region. So you have to be somewhere here.
Yeah, I'm very confused about your outside lah, but okay, but I think you get it. I think you get it. Yeah, I think you get it. So are you going to use Z or are you going to use M?
I mean, I have to use like
Z.
Z.
So we're stuck with Z lah. We're stuck with Z. Oh, all right. Okay. What can we do? Right. We're stuck with Z.
So that means it is less than 0.967 or more than negative 0.967.
I'm sorry, where do you get your 0.967 from?
Yeah.
You mean your B part 1 doesn't matter?
I'm sorry. B part 1 state the critical region.
1.65 negative. I don't get what you're doing, I really don't get what you're doing.
Because I've standardized it.
So you're using 0.96, which is from the first part, which actually means 33% from a totally different variant somewhere. You're electing to use that thing instead of noting very carefully that B1 is their hint to you
Hang on, let me check make something very sure.
What are you doing? What are you
Because
doing, Yanjin? What are you
the
doing?
5% is further along, it's here, right?
Yeah, that's why we found the 1.65 what. That's what
So
we tested just
so
now
the
what.
critical region is much smaller than okay. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
So it's less than, it'll be less than 1.65 or more than negative 1.65. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I need
Right.
to find it right now.
Okay, so all right, 1.65
Uh-huh.
or minus, I don't know, whichever you want to use. It's gonna be equal, by the way, not bigger or smaller lah. It's always like that one.
Really? I thought
The inequality is not like find the greatest value of n. I think inequality does not help you here. I think equality will help you here lah. I think lah. But to each their own.
5.94 minus 5.5 to 0.44. Or I'm gonna stick to the inequality.
No, do your stuff. You do you.
Right, I need to resolve for n. Oh boy. How about this? So that's root. So that's root n. And I multiply root n on root. So let me just. So root 6.5 times 1.65 0.44. Or greater than, so nine. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Yeah. I mean, if everything else is correct, then what else do we need to do but to look at the answer key first lah.
Yeah, let me make sure. Ah, there you go. So it's lesser than 91.40. 91?
I mean, that's why you still have to think about it lah. So your answer is 91.40, right?
Yeah, lesser than.
So are you sure it's
Well,
91, not 92?
Root n will either be, although n will either have to be lesser than 91.40 or greater than. Let me just make sure. Square it will just be or greater than 91.
See, it's not solving any problem to you, right? This inequality
Yeah.
thing that you're approaching, right? You're still confused, right? Should it be 91 or 92? Correct or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. If you have no other logic, because I think I do have an alternative for you lah, rather than just dealing with this inequality, because I don't think you understand it very well the moment this enters.
Yeah.
Non-diagram, non-graph. The moment you just do this, like every logic falls out of the window, right? That's why you cannot handle 91 or 92. Now, take a step lah. Take a step first. Is it going to be 92 or 91? Let's make a guess first lah.
91.
Because if there is an inkling of reason.
I'll be honest, because it's like positive to begin with. I'm not so sure how much. I don't know. It's like
Right.
It's positive to begin with. I already need the n to be positive, right? So it's
N to be positive. N is always positive. Yes, we know. Why would n be negative?
But like, I don't know why root n. I don't know how root n could be negative in this example.
Root n should not be negative. Sorry, I don't know which one are you talking about.
Yeah,
the
it should not.
1.65, right? Yeah, so first thing first, do you notice that 5.94 is to the right of 5.5? Sorry, I'm sorry. I say it wrongly.
What?
I'm sorry. Do you notice that 5.5? I'm sorry. Do you notice that 5.5 is to the left of 5.94?
Yeah.
Right. So in that case, if it is to the left, we should be worried about 1.65 or minus 1.65.
It's to the left. I don't understand. The positive side, the one here.
Sorry, would you pull down, please? Sorry, I cannot see what you're pointing.
Oh, it is on the left, and then on this side, the left of this.
Okay, let's be clear. Yeah, 5.94 is on the center. 5.5 is on the left, right?
To the left of 5.94.
This is obvious from what you are drawing. You drew that here. Now, 5.5 corresponds back then to a minus value, right? Minus 0.54. That's not surprising at all.
Okay.
It's not surprising at all. So now you are still testing 5.5 and 5.94, right? It's just that, the standard deviation is slightly different. That's all. So 5.5 is still to the left of 5.94. It is still like that one. It's still a minus value in a sense, in Z. So should you be worried about 1.65 here, which is on the right, or should you be worried about minus 1.65, which is to the left?
Minus 1.65?
Yeah. In fact, the 5.5 should become minus 1.65. Correct or not? That's what it means. So that 5.5 becomes minus 1.65. What must happen? We have no concern at all for positive 1.65. Why would you be concerned with that? Am I making any sense here? If you're just plugging formula, know that, you always encounter this problem one.
Yeah.
If you don't look at the graph always solves your problem one. But you never give proper favor to the graph anyways. Please do.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this formula is written for. I just followed
the formula is for you to find the Z value. Whatever those formula, other meaning of those formula, is the formula to find Z value. Is a formula to convert 5.5 into the Z value. Right? It's written there, Z equals to the mu minus the data. That's the Z value conversion back then. Correct or not?
Yeah.
Remember, the Z value conversion is the mu minus the data over the standard deviation. So currently your standard deviation is 6.5 over n rooted. Right? This is just a conversion from the natural value to the Z value. So one more time, your 5.5, shouldn't it be corresponding to minus 1.65 in the Z? Isn't that the case here right now?
Yeah.
So use, for goodness sake, use equality But if you don't want, then at least use minus 1.65. At least use that.
So are you saying that the It's 5.5 minus 5.94.
That makes more sense in terms of negativity. I think that just makes more sense from the graph point of view, like from the drawing point of view. And therefore, I think we should use that. That might settle all your doubts. That might. I mean, formulas are dumb, you know. They do what you tell them to do. You are the smart one. You have to understand the formula, not the formula understand you. Does this gel well? Does this gel well? What you've written just now? Does it gel? Does it make some sense? Yeah, okay, you do what you want, right?
I think it's making more sense.
Right. You want it to be bigger. I really don't know why you intend on the inequality, but if you want it bigger, it's because you want it to shift to the left, right? Sorry, shift to the center, sorry. That's what you want, right?
Yeah.
You want to shift to the center. I guess that makes sense. I guess you want it to be bigger than minus 1.6.
Smallest value of n for which is right.
The greatest value of n, not the smallest.
Really?
Find the greatest value of n. I think that's another thing that you may not find comfortable. The question clearly says find the greatest value of n.
Greatest value of n. Doesn't that mean?
See, it clashes again, right, with the logic.
I don't know how.
Why do you insist on inequality as, by the way?
Because I don't know how equal will make sense, because equal doesn't mean it's like equal doesn't mean it's
hello, 5.5 corresponds with minus 1.65.
Okay.
That's what it means. It isn't any natural value will correspond to a z value, right?
Yeah.
For now, just stick with that first. 5.5 will be at the border. At the border. Then we'll settle how to put it in the border. So this is the border. The border line is
well, I already found this out. So
91.040, right? Right. Correct? That was what you found, correct?
Yeah.
Because I cannot see anything. Now, I'm very confused about your problem just now. Like you found 91.40 and then you suddenly say you have a problem with the negative. Because I don't get it. Is that problem solved now? Because then we can move on to, is it 91 or 92? Just now, you don't seem to be able to even move on to that stage. You have a negative problem. I don't know where the negative problem lies.
92.
Okay, look, you're gonna be settled with 92, right?
Yeah.
Because just now you say it's 91, you know. So it's 92, right?
Yeah.
To me, I'm gonna make a very simple observation. I'm gonna put the n as 91 and I'm gonna put the n as 92. And I'm gonna see what happened. To me, that's the surest way of this. Go ahead. Put the n as 91, put the n as 92, and then let's see what happened.
So 5.5 minus 5.94.
No. Same thing that you type in, well, kind of, right? Yeah.
6.5 over 92
is
negative 1.655.
Okay. If you might want to write that down. If you put 91, I think it is lesser than, it is to the left or to the right, right? So if you put
Yeah.
92, it will go to the right, right? If you put 92, it will go to the right. I don't know, to the left. I'm sorry, to the left. What I'm talking about, the left. It will go towards the left. If you put 91, it will go towards the right.
But I want it not to be rejected,
So,
so it should be 91.
yes. You were very confident with 92 just now.
I don't know anymore.
What do you mean that you don't know anymore? You just did what I told you, and then you have a conclusion. You don't know what you're thinking. Yeah, but you know what you're looking at. You are forced to conclude it's 91. You know something, you just don't know what you were thinking.
All right.
Fair, right? Don't say that you don't know everything. You see, you write that with great what? As if you are forced to do something so bad. But you are writing it with confidence. Don't say that you don't know anything. Lah.
All right.
Would you like some explanation?
Yeah, sure.
The greatest value, not the least value. I totally agree with that sentence. You weren't. You were very confused by how come it's the greatest value. It is very simple. Remember, when the sample is greater, the result is more certain. That makes sense, right? Where the sample is smaller, the result is less certain.
When the sample is smaller, the result, yeah.
Okay. So when the sample is 30, much smaller than 90, right? He tells you that, oh, I have an estimate population mean of 5.94. That 5.94, is it certain or less certain compared to sample size 90?
Less certain.
Correct. So if that means if your sample size is 90, it is more certain that your sample mean is 5.94. More certain. Which is good or bad for the manufacturer?
Good.
Bad. Because 5.94 is getting more certain, therefore it is more certain that it is not 5.5.
Okay.
If my sample is 1, okay, that's nonsense, right? Then I say, oh, this sample is 5.94. Yeah, you can basically ignore that lah, because 5.94 speaks nothing, right? Okay, now it goes to 30, is 5.94. Imagine this, you sample 30 is 5.94. You sample 90, also 5.94. My goodness, the 5.94 is becoming more and more certain. It is more and more certain that it is not 5.5. Imagine this one more time. I sample 1,000. Oh my goodness, it is still 5.94. It is definitely certain already that it is 5.94. Therefore, it is not 5.5. Your leeway becomes less and less when you sample more. That's why the greatest value. Because if you measure more and it is still 5.94, your room for wiggle becomes less and less. You have to admit that the sample is approaching the reality. Therefore, you have to admit that it is not 5.5.
All right. Okay.
If your sample is already a small size, you have a leeway to reject. Yeah, sample too small. Cincai lah. Relax lah. Relax lah. I mean, it may be 5.94 plus or minus. But as you approach sample size 3,000, your plus minus is very, very small because you're very, very certain.
Okay.
Somehow, I hope that resolves your conflict. But if it doesn't, just know that you can always test 91 and 92 and use that to your advantage, no matter how much you hate it.
All right. uh,
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Are we off time? Sorry.
yeah,
when-
I think we have been for about 10 minutes.
Right. Okay. There's one question. I hope you can practice more. Lah. This is a very good summary. Lah. This is a very good summary. Do practice more. Lah. Okay. See you later.
I'll
Bye.
see you at 1:30 then. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, all right, Michael, I can see you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear both of you. Give me 1 minute. I need to settle something.
Hello. Go take some.
All right. Okay. Oh, right. Phoebe, can you hear me? This is Philip, Kakak Dina's husband. Phoebe. Phoebe. Can you hear me, Phoebe? Phoebe, can you hear
Yes.
me? Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I was away
Phoebe.
for a while. Yeah.
No problem. I will
Yeah.
assign you to the breakout room today. That's gonna
Okay.
happen, and then you will be able to see Kakak Dina inside.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Assign you to. There you go. All right. Okay. Please accept. All right. All right. That's taken care of. Aryan and Michael. So Aryan, Michael, let me just confirm before we continue. Today is Friday, almost the end of the holiday lah. Is there anything, any homework or anything that you need to prepare for that we need to study today, except physics for Aryan, I think, something like that. Right. Besides that, is there anything else that we need to prepare for urgently? No, Michael. Right. Okay. So we can continue with our training for O level. Okay. Right. I'm going to use the Jamboard together. Yeah. Together Jamboard. Yesterday night we were talking about AMath, and tonight we will continue to talk about AMath. Right. We'll use the afternoon session right now to talk about the reading comprehension of physics, chemistry, and EMath. Right. Let's start randomly with chemistry first. Any random objections? Any violent objections?
So.
All right. Okay. Now, a little bit of a question on your habits during English reading comprehension. We are hoping to tap into your skills and abilities there. We are really hoping to do that because I notice myself when I'm reading section B, I behave a lot like when I'm reading an article. I am really in a reading mode. I am not in a doing exam mode. That has served me very, very well. I have also noticed that students who are better than both of you in physics and chemistry also reads very well. Not very fast, mind you, read very well. That is their starting point. Now, you, Aryan and Michael, you don't seem to read very well physics and chemistry section B. That is our starting point. Am I correct? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Let's just say that you don't like section D lah, Michael.
You're not wrong.
All right. Aryan, you don't like section B.
Yeah, not really, yeah.
However, I think what I have told you is a good news. So you like reading comprehension in English paper, especially English exam. So I really mean during exam. You don't mind reading and comprehending during English paper. Correct, Aryan? That's what you told me.
Yeah.
You like it better than section B of chemistry.
Yeah.
Right. And that has been constant, right? That's been consistent.
Yeah.
All right. Michael, is that the same thing with you?
Yeah.
Now, since based on my observation of myself and students better than you, my observation is we are not necessarily smarter than you. We are better at reading than you. First thing first. That's my first observation. For chemistry and physics, of course, yeah? Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also observe that you guys seems to be good at reading in English. At the very least, the score seems to say so. All right. So I think those are all good news that we can tap on, right? I'm going to tap on your skills of reading and comprehending from English applied to chemistry. Before we do that, I want to ask about your habits, the general things that you do during English exam paper, reading comprehension. And what do I mean by this? For example, Aryan, what do you habitually do in reading comprehension? Do you read the article and then look at the question, or the other way around? What do you usually do?
I read, then I look at the question.
All
I
right,
also
I'm
try
gonna
to I also try to annotate.
read and annotate, right? Annotate.
Yeah.
Right. Furthermore, do you ever rush your reading in exam?
No,
Why don't you, if I may ask that?
because if I rush, then I won't understand it fully, which will make it even harder to answer the question.
Right. I would definitely on a theoretical level, I totally agree with you. Why would we want to rush our reading? Might as well don't read, right?
Yeah.
Then just skip to the next part and do the next part. Might as well just don't read the reading comprehension, right?
Yeah.
It's called reading comprehension, right? Right. You seem to me like you totally understand what reading comprehension is. We read to comprehend, then we answer lah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Any other habits you observe yourself do during reading comprehension English paper?
I think, when I come across a question, I refer back to the passage again.
Yeah. You don't mind doing that, right?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Certainly, there is a clear connection, a deep connection between the questions and the article. You don't get the answer the first time. You look at the question. Oh, I'm going to look for the answer one more time.
Yeah.
Right? Do you usually have trouble locating the answer the second time?
Not really.
I believe that is because of your first reading.
Yeah.
Your first reading was good. It helps you find it much quicker the second time. Right?
Yeah. Hello?
No, I'm just typing.
Oh.
So I'm at guys, I'm at page 9. By the way, I'm typing what Arya is saying me. So join me at the Together Jamboard, right? Page 9. Okay, please tell me if you are there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
So what I have typed is what you are telling me. Am I correct, Arya?
Yep.
All right. Did I miss anything?
No.
All right. Now again, getting more, getting more good things for us. Your reading comprehension English paper, how well do you score usually? Just give me an idea.
Comprehension, I normally get like B3 and above.
The reading comprehension has its own grade, really. Just tell me how many marks upon how many marks, if that makes more sense.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I get like
out of what? Out of 15, is it? Out of reading comprehension is out of?
Like there's two texts. The first one is I think out of 20.
Okay.
Yeah, out of 20 I get like 15.
15 out of 20. That's a reasonable, very nice. Then
the second text is around the same mark.
Out of 20 also.
Yeah, along with the summary, which I get like
I thought
uh,
it's 5, 20, 25.
5, 20, 25. Is that correct? Because I have no idea, people.
Because
So
5 is there's a picture thing, and then
oh yeah,
20 is the
picture. Okay, there's a picture thing. You tell me, right? So out of 5, the picture thing. How many did you get?
Oh, out of 5, I get 3.
Okay,
Most
3
of
out of 5, 15 out of 20, and out of
And-
25.
Yeah.
Okay, out of 20.
Is 20.
20, which is the summary part. Is it something like that?
No, the 25 includes the summary part and the comprehension part.
Right. Okay, so you know what's going on. So even though I don't know, you know, right? So something like this around there.
Yeah.
Right. So even though the picture one is 60%, right? Even though that's 60%, but 15 out of 20 is 75%, and that's a lot more weightage, and 20 out of 25 is 80%. So safe to say that your reading comprehension part is solid, right? Good for your English, right? Good for your English. I hope you get A1, judging from all this. I hope you can improve more, but I don't know how to improve more, right? I mean, how to improve from good to excellent, I'll leave that to you. Now, for the chemistry, if we could apply whatever is relevant here, I'm hoping for this kind of marks. Now, yesterday, remember the target I gave you is 21 out of 30. How many percent is that?
70.
70%. Okay, in dire need of your reading comprehension skill, but I think, Aryan, you're off to a good start, right? I'm not trying to encourage you here. I really think that this is a good thing to use. Anything else to note from reading comprehension, Aryan?
No, not really.
Right.
I don't think so.
Right. Now, before we go to Mike's habit together, let's think about the habits of the paper itself, meaning they usually do this thing. They usually do that thing. This is what I would come to expect from the paper. You have done a lot of reading, since back then. You have come to expect that the reading comprehension part will do certain things and give you certain things. Now, let's start from Michael first. Michael, would you tell me the habits of the question, right? The habits of the paper, so to speak.
The habits of the paper.
Yeah. My point is, for all the papers that you have done, is the reading comprehension article different? Of course, right? But there are so many things which are similar. The length of the article, the depth of the article, the way they ask question, those kind of thing is also the paper's habit, so to speak. Make sense?
Yeah.
Right, let's take turn now. You tell one paper habit because I have no idea, and Aryan tells another paper habit, so on and so forth, please. Michael.
Yeah.
The first habit of the paper.
Of the chemistry paper?
No. Of the English paper.
Oh.
I'm gonna name one, okay? I'm just gonna example. A new article every time. That's a fair habit?
Yeah.
All right. Now what's the habit?
They love to ask the meaning behind certain phrases, like how does this make the audience feel kind of questions.
Right. The audience, meaning the
For
reader.
The 5-mark part.
The 5-mark part. Wonderful. Understand. All right. You even know which part, right? So obviously this is repeated all the time, yeah? All right. Understand. Next paper habit, Aryan. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, by the way. Just saying. Aryan?
I think it's like there's always the same type of questions up here.
Which is?
It's just like a language question or an attitude question.
You mean grammar or vocabulary?
Like-
language analysis. What?
Like it always like same type of questions come out. Like what's the attitude of the writer or something like that.
What's the attitude of the writer? Oh, what's the mental posture of the writer? What's the intended? What is the attitude of the writer? How interesting! Such a thing. You're supposed to read the writer, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I'm supposed to find out like what
The
the
thing-
writer is trying to
Say the thinking behind the writer. What is the
Yeah,
writer trying to imply? Oh, well, you guys are deep, man. Right. Okay. Right. Mike, do you agree? That's what they ask, kind of.
Yeah, kind of.
All right. All right. Maybe two more habits that you can know, about the paper.
They always have this like story progression question, and yeah, that's a habit. It's a story progression question.
Something like what? What does that mean?
Paragraph 1 is they give you like a bunch of phrases, and then it's like, oh, paragraph 1, pick the phrase that describes paragraph 1, and then paragraphs 2 to 4, pick the phrase that describes it, and 3 to 5, or no, 5 to 6, etc.
And then you're supposed to show the progression with those phrases.
Oh no, they it's like they give you, imagine like a box, and then inside the boxes they give you like a bunch of phrases, so it's already like there.
Oh, right.
And then it's like these phrases are like kind of like emotion-ish. It's not like emotion, but it's something like that. I can't explain it. I think Aryan also knows, but then it's like they ask you, paragraph 1, which phrase describes paragraph 1 the best?
The phrase that captures the essence of the paragraph.
Yeah, essentially.
Right.
Yeah, essentially.
Right. And you have to justify that, right? You just choose, right?
No, you don't have to justify that. You have to choose.
You don't have to.
You don't really have to explain it, but
it's an
it's not.
MCQ.
It's not really MCQ either, but it's like kind of, the phrases are not that straightforward. You have to kind of think-ish.
Well, I'm surprised that you don't have to justify it. Oh, okay. Fine. Okay, fine. Okay.
That's but that part is either 3-4 marks or like the hardest, or not the hardest, but like difficult 4 marks. Because sometimes, if you don't know what the phrase is talking about, then you won't really be able to answer the question. So
fair enough. No, that's fair. You have to think deeply. That's why I'm very surprised that you don't justify. It's very weird because, wrong pick. I don't know, but I understand the intention of the question. I can understand it. Thank you for sharing. This is not what I expect. Yeah, your English is deep. Your English is deep, as far as I can tell. No wonder in A level you guys will be taking GP general paper. No wonder. Okay. Aryan, maybe one more habit that you know.
I'm not really sure actually.
No worries. Yeah. If you note something else interesting, please just inform us. Right.
Yep.
Now, I'm doing this to wake up the skill that's already there, your experience which is already there. Those are the things I'm looking for when we are doing the chemistry reading comprehension data. Right? It's reading comprehension first and foremost. The topic is chemistry. Right? I'm looking for all this skill and it should be active. Furthermore, you guys shouldn't be, tired right now. Right? It shouldn't be. I mean, I think reading comprehension English paper when tired, cannot one. At least I don't think so. I cannot read very well when I'm tired. Do you notice that your English paper is always at the start of the exam week?
Oh.
First or second day, something like that. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
Right? Is there ever an English paper, the one that contains reading comprehension, and that's at the last part of first week, or even at the second week? Is there ever? Aryan and Michael.
Not really.
Aryan?
No.
So I dare say it is early in the exam week. Which means what? Which means you're in a good shape to read. Reading comprehension takes energy. What? But you have never had to read English paper when you are tired. Or you can try right now, and I'm pretty sure it is difficult to do. That's different from chemistry section B paper 2 and physics section B paper 2 lah. It is different. It is the leftover energy that you devote for. Right? It is different. That is not what we are experiencing right now. So let's make full use of that. Now, before we do that, Michael, what's your habit in reading comprehension English paper? Not what you want, but what truly happened in exam.
Oh,
Not what you ideally do, but what you really do.
Was it read as I'm reading the passage, I'm like imagining like what's going on, like visually imagine in my head.
Visually. You are, oh wow, you are basically imagining the story in a way that is, that doesn't do justice. Do you do this all the time, or you just do this sometime, or what?
A lot of the times, because like when they like I'm reading the details, and it's like if there's like certain details, like smaller details, I can like
You capture the detail.
yeah.
You're not overwhelmed by the details.
No.
You, dare I say, enjoy having the details and the big picture.
Yeah.
You can get the big picture and the details.
Yeah, but that's mainly for the first what. So there's 3 parts. Is mainly for the second part, because the third part is usually like a news related thing. It's more like a statistic. The third part.
Not so fun, huh? Not so fun. I understand. That's your habit. You do this in exam. Okay?
Yeah.
Not during just practice. No,
No.
you don't have. Right.
During practice, I don't even do that. I just like lazily read everything and lazily answer.
Right. So glad to know that you're doing that in exam. Right. Glad to know. What else?
And then when it comes to summary, I usually like bracket the stuff, what I think the points are, because the way summary works is like the minors are this because of ... and then it's like you have to find pieces of evidence related to what they're asking for the summary, and then like I bracket the possible points related to that. So yeah.
You mean you bracket the article, right?
Yeah.
You are doing that. Okay, understand very well. Wonderful. What else?
That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
And like if I'm rather unsure about an answer, I'll just I'll bracket what I think it is first, and then I'll write it down. But then if I come back to it later and I think it's wrong, then I'll rewrite the answer.
Like that. When unsure, propose to yourself, right? By noting something like, okay, maybe this one, I'll come back later. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
For later consideration. Just to be certain, do you read the article first and then read the question, or the other way around?
I read the article first, not the question first. But then I used to read the question first, but I find that there's like no difference for me. So
you prefer to simply enjoy it first?
Yeah, but that's mainly because previously when I read the question first, I would usually not really read the article as much and like try to pinpoint the answer.
Which is good or bad?
No, not that good.
All right, wonderful.
Because I would not be able to get the full context of everything.
Yes. I like what you say. Good. Again, to be certain, you Do you ever rush during
English comprehension?
reading comprehension? Do you ever rush?
No,
The reading.
no,
Why not?
I just don't. I just never really rush the reading because I usually
Right.
do everything according to time.
Right. Never rush the reading. Wonderful.
It's not like I tell myself that to never rush the reading. I think I just subconsciously will never rush the reading. I guess.
Right. You
But that's
give
for
it,
English.
of course. No, that's what I'm saying. For English, that's fine. You're giving it due attention. Something like that.
Yeah.
Right. Same with you, Aryan, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Hey, wonderful. Just like this, I'm already very certain that my proper reading habit is the same as your proper reading habit. It's the same one. It's the same. That I believe counts a lot. I believe that counts a lot. Now, again, to be certain, I forgot to ask something, Aryan and Michael. There might be new words or new concepts or new situations, right? I mean, it's a new article, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much does it bother you, the new stuff? I don't know what is new for you, but there certainly are new things.
Like words that we don't know.
That's a very basic new. Okay, I don't know what this word means. I don't think you guys face that too much, right?
Actually, I think we face it like every reading comprehend because they always ask the definition of like a word.
Then what do you do?
I don't really panic.
I try my best to like just figure it out from like the meaning in the passage.
If I
Correct.
can't guess the meaning of the word due to the context in the passage, I'll just guess.
Correct. You're absolutely correct, right? We can guess from the context. It's not guaranteed. True.
Yeah.
True. Upon new words, guess from context. I mean, if not just guess, yeah, okay, I understand, of course. But first, we guess from context. Then, is there anything else which is considered new beside words or phrases?
New. I don't think so.
Although every article is new and it feels new and it does feel fresh and you can enjoy them, nothing else is bothersome except for sometimes new words. Is that what you're saying, both of you?
Pretty much.
Right. And you guys don't seem to be disturbed too much. I mean, new words come low. Well, what else can we do, right? Okay. So just to be clear about your, score, because that's an approximation of your ability, right? So what's your general expected score for reading comprehension, Michael?
My general expected score for reading comprehension. If I don't really bother, then it's probably
No,
like
exam situation. Exam. Yeah, it's a exam. It's a real exam. It's a serious exam.
33 to 35, give or take.
Out of
50.
Oh, because the total is 50. 33 out of 50 is almost 70%. Almost.
Yeah.
Your total, Aryan, is reasonably higher. It's 38 out of 50. Is that around correct?
Yeah, I guess.
Both still means that your reading skill is reasonably high, because there's also the answering part, right? But the reading part, I think, is good, right? It's good. I want to ask something that I forgot. Oh, hopefully it come next. It is important. Okay, understood. Okay, all right. Now, anything else? Anything else that you want to take note? No, yeah. Right. So you shouldn't be too alarmed when I say in section B, Give it its due time. Read properly first. Understand properly first. Of course, note what you don't understand, because there will always be those. Also, it makes sense for me to say, I know the article is new, but you should be using your experience of English language, of English reading, even to approach a new article. That's not so different from section B of chemistry. You will be using what you already know and apply it in a new article. Somehow, when we put it in chemistry context, you seem surprised mentally. You seem to start to panic. You seem to be, I don't like this. But you have been very comfortable with English.
Yeah, but I think it's chem, the concept of doing chem that makes it uncomfortable.
That is not wrong. That is not wrong. When I say keep your goal in mind, I don't mean that I want to pressure you. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that why don't we give a chance for our skill from English to transfer to chemistry? Let's see how much it matters. Because I think you never do it that way. So let's check whether I'm right or wrong. Aryan, have you ever considered the section B and treat it well like reading comprehension of English? Have you done that before?
Yeah.
You have considered it and done that before?
Yeah, I try to like read, like not rush and annotate as well sometimes.
Annotate, understand,
Read again,
note what
read
you
again.
don't understand, read again, take your
Yeah.
time, understand the purpose and the intention of the examiner,
Yeah.
right? When they construct it this way, what do they want? What do they mean? What they're trying to communicate? Proper reading.
Yep.
Right. You have done that.
Yes.
How does that work for you?
It's quite helpful actually.
I mean, if you already do all that, maybe we don't need to read it, right? That's a good news, right? I mean that as a good thing, right? Maybe. Let's practice that more.
Yep.
Now,
But I
for
think
you,
I need-
yes.
I think I need more practice on it though.
Right. But please understand one more thing. The practice is very similar to the expectations of reading comprehension.
Yeah.
Only that this is chemistry. Only that we will have to talk about chemistry concepts. I guess that's the difference, right? But there's a lot of similarity going on if I observe myself. Because I'm comfortable. I am comfortable. So Michael, I take it that you don't do that in exams some more.
Actually, for this one, I kind of did it, but I couldn't do it. Yeah, I couldn't do it as effectively as what I wanted to because I was running out of time.
Fair.
Because I was like genuinely like doing that, and I was like thinking about everything, and then and then I realized like, oh, I have no time to actually like properly do everything. So
correct. And our training should address that, right? Our training should address the time crunch. It should. We will do things to address that, right? I think you guys are getting on the right foot. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Now, before we start, okay, just relax a little bit. I'm going to address Ainesh a little bit first, yeah? Because Ainesh, I see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I wasn't able to come on time today because I underestimated how long it was taking me to come home. But can we do until 6 if possible?
If you want to, oh my goodness, can we even
I don't know pressure, if it's possible.
Let's continue first, right? Let's continue first. Now, so happens you are supposed to do chem also. I mean, your seniors, Aryan and Mike, are also doing chem, but you're not doing their chem, they're not doing your chem, right?
Yeah.
So we are doing chem right now. Can we confirm that? Yes?
Sure.
Right. And then, do you have the worksheets from the acid and base? Yes or no?
Worksheets, already checked.
Right. Do they give, like, they haven't finished the topic, they're discussing it. Do you have new worksheets? I would rather go for there. If not, then we have to do questions. That's not the best thing to do. It's not the best
I do. But oh no, I haven't finished it. I have questions. Yes, I do.
Right. So please show me the things you have from the school, right? On video or on Jamboard. Yeah. So the Jamboard we'll be using is the chemistry one. You see, that's the chemistry one. Chemistry. Chem, okay. So chem I measure. Chem I. Okay, seniors, please wait for a while. Can you flip Inesh to the next page? No, this is good. This is good. This is good. Right. Flip it. Flip it. This is good. Yeah, next. This is good. Right. Right. Suddenly is in full force. This is suddenly in full force.
Yeah.
Good. Good. I'd rather you have this than my own question. Right. Okay. So unless you have a violent objection, or you have other questions from 1 to 5, I think. If you have them, you can ask. If not, let's start from 5. Okay. Right. Now, especially for long English sentences, isn't it better if we use pencil? Can you do that? If not, you can use pen.
It's telling me, why do you have to use pencil?
Unless you're very certain. Right?
Okay, sure.
Right. Okay, so let's start from 5 first. 5 is just a very standard question. Let's see how good it is. Right? Okay, I'll follow through the video. Yeah. Now, Michael and Aryan, let me repeat the setup. Right. So, 45 minutes for 21 out of 30. Right. You know it is 3 questions. Right. Now, that's not really true, right? It is actually 4 questions, choose 3. Correct?
Yeah.
For chem, right?
For chem. And yeah, for chem. Sorry, for chem.
I thought isn't it 1 question out of
the last question from 2 choose 1.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So something like that. So the thing is, you must acknowledge that you'll be reading 4 things and then choose then reading more carefully 3, something like that. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Something like that. Now, unless there's a violent objection, do or rather read, choose, and do the last one first.
Oh.
That is always the hardest thing to do when we are not on the right mind, because we have to read first time 2 things, then we have to evaluate ourselves. Will we choose this one or choose that one? You cannot do the strategy, do both. I don't think there'll be enough time. That's probably even worse for the time crunch. I don't think you guys should attempt that. I think you guys should read and choose one. Having said that, do that first. That's totally different from what you should be doing. You are doing last time. Please note that your reading comprehension English paper is usually at the start, correct? Usually at the start.
Yeah.
Right. Again, you are very fresh. You are not in a very big burden, and you are not particularly panicking or anything. Just whack like that first time. So that's first time. Then obviously you can choose to do the other 2 questions in whichever order. Right. Needless to say, read first. Read and annotate first. Right. Now, 5 minutes. If you have 5 minutes for each reading, seniors, then you have 10 minutes for doing. correct? 5 minutes for reading, 10 minutes for doing. Correct, yeah? For each question, 45 minutes divided by 3. Correct, Aryan and Michael?
Yeah.
Right. Aryan, are you okay? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Ainesh, are you stuck?
No.
Right. Come on, do something. Don't waste time. Now, we will see what 5 minutes feels like. That's all we are doing at the start of the training. How does 5 minutes feel? Right? I obviously want you to be as relaxed and as normal as possible, as if this is an English paper. How does 5 minutes feel? You don't have to time. I time. I'll just say, okay, 5 minutes is up. How does it feel? How does it go for your reading? You feel free to write all things except doing the question. You're not going to do the question. You can annotate, you can bracket, you can question mark, you can highlight, but only that. You understand what I'm saying, Aryan and Michael?
Yeah.
So have a feel. And after 5 minutes, you don't do lah. Just read first for a while, because again, I want you to have the feel. Okay, now with that in mind, I'll put the question here. Okay, Aryan, choose a school lah, right? Bedok Green, Bukit Panjang, Chung Cheng, Holy Innocent. Anything you want to choose? Aryan, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry.
Choose a school. Bedok Green, Bukit Panjang, Chung Cheng, Holy Innocent, Hokang.
Bedok Green.
Right, Bedok Green. Aryan, just checking. Did you miss what I'm saying just now?
Yeah, for a bit. Yeah.
The 5 minute thingy, the relaxed one. Do the last question first. Choose first.
Oh no,
You
no.
can-
I heard
Alright.
you for that.
Right. You must read. You cannot do. But that means you can annotate. You can question mark. You can
Yeah,
do
yeah.
whatever you want as long as you don't do the question. You can even read the question if you want to, but just don't do it. Because sometimes the question doesn't make much sense also. You must also read the question, right? So
Yeah.
Michael, you can read the question. Just don't do it. Right? Just don't do it.
Oh.
Okay. So we're getting a feel. Sorry. Just now the school option is wrong. So try again. Michael, Choa Chu Kang, Fuhua, Geylang, Mayflower, Queenstown.
This is the prelim papers
Prelim papers, yes.
for
For which year? Oh, 2019.
oh
No, I'm going to paste it in the Jamboard, so you don't worry.
I guess my own school.
Which is Choa Chu Kang. Is it
Yeah.
Choa Chu Kang? All right, okay. I'll go to all of it. Okay, I'm going to paste it in the Jamboard. I'm going to copy it. So both of you have a proper reading, but you're going to read using the mouse. So apologies for that. There won't be a printed out. Right? That's the Choa Chu Kang section. Okay, things are going very slow. So yeah, so things are going very slow. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Ainesh, are you okay?
I don't know what to do other than these two.
Causing acid rain means it must also be acidic, right? Simply put, did that
Okay.
make sense? Right. So at least narrow your selections from there, lah. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So I have it.
And the others?
pH 13. What does that mean?
Means it's basic. So anything that's basic.
I guess you need to narrow down, but yeah, something like that, lah. Something like that. Okay, seniors, you have the either or. Of course, read whatever you want. You can read all, you can read something, but after 5 minutes, you have chosen and you have read reasonably. Let's give that a go, right? I'm going to duplicate this page for you so that it's easier. All right, so I've noted that page 11 is for Ariana, so the page 10 is for Michael. You can change and shift whatever you want, right, to make yourself comfortable.
Which one
Right.
do I read? Just the questions.
Oh, you're reading the question, you're annotating the question, you are trying to understand the question.
Oh,
There's no
it's
article here, there's no article.
a
Fair,
bit
right?
small.
Yeah, it's a bit small. You can move it to the next page, you know, that kind of thing. You just make it so comfortable so that it's like a printed piece of paper. Understand?
Oh,
Same with you, Ariane. Yeah? Same with you,
Yep.
Ariane. Now, in one, when you're ready, I'll tell you 5 minutes starts lah. Then you can start to read properly and annotate and do whatever you want. Okay.
it's very small.
I know. Make it bigger first. So prepare lah.
But I cannot because like it's not enough space as you can kind of see.
You can move the picture to the next page. I prepared the next page blank for you. So some of the picture you just cut and paste lah, if you understand.
So
Right.
Oh no, that's not it.
Right. So for you, Inesh, what is blue? Blue is a very specific color which is very easy to identify in chemistry. What is it?
Is it base?
No, I don't mean the paper blue. This blue solution, which is not a paper, right? This blue solution refers to the copper 2+ ion. So you write that down. That blue is the color of a Cu2+. That's all the blue is in O level. Blue solution, I mean. So write that down. Blue solution means Cu2+. That's a super big hint. So who will react with dilute sulfuric acid? Then it will release Cu2+. It's not that 2, okay? The 2 is on top, not Cu2+. It's Cu2+. The 2+ is on top.
Oh.
Michael and Aryan, are you ready to read?
Hold on, yeah.
Right. Yeah, you prepare as much as you want.
I'm not reading the questions right now, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
just setting things up and everything, make it nice, you know. Fair, because we're not printing. All right, so Inesh, let me see. Carbon monoxide.
So can I just glance over the words so just like so I can make sure I can read everything? I'm not like
No problem. Inesh, look at the Jamboard. We talk about the oxide, right? The non-metal oxide is in general what?
Acidic.
Except, right? Except 3 things lah. So you just have to remember the exception. What are the exceptions? You don't have to remember that, but please look at the Jamboard lah. Where is it? What are the exceptions? Okay, Aryan, just checking.
Carbon, nitrogen. Water.
Water is of course neutral, right? It's not acidic lah. H2O, right?
Wait,
Then,
one second. Carbon monoxide is
neutral, not acidic.
Carbon dioxide is not.
Carbon dioxide is acidic.
I see. Okay, I need to write this down.
God, I think I'm ready.
Ready. Aryan, are you ready to simply read and understand? All right. So 5 minutes might be a lot, might be a little. I'll just stop after the 5 minutes, right? So please start.
Okay.
Do normally what you will do in English, okay? Annotate lah, ask question lah, mark this lah, mark that lah, those things. And don't rush. Right? Take note of this, take note of that, those kind of stuff, good stuff, lah, all good stuff. Right. So, Inesh, after taking note in your Jamboard, yeah, you do you. I want a new proposal for A lah.
Yeah.
Again, resist the temptation to answer, people. Resist. Grasp the meaning of the question maker. What is his intention? Is everything separate? Are things connected? This paragraph equals to that paragraph. I mean, in an article, every paragraph connects, right? Now, calcium oxide. You think calcium is metal or non-metal, Ainesh?
Non-metal, right?
Yeah, you look at the periodic table, where does calcium lie? Because it sounds non-metal, forgiven, but it is not non-metal. Look at the periodic table. Where does it lie?
Where's calcium? Oh, okay, yeah.
So it is a metal, so it cannot be acidic. Another proposal, please. Resist the temptation to answer, but understand what the question maker wants. Because you still have to choose, you know. That's why you don't do. You will be choosing first. So read to choose. Right. It might bother you that sulfur dioxide appears 2 times, but then again, they say, okay, what?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So I agree with you. Other things are metal oxide or carbon monoxide. Not going to be our choice now. So good for A. Now, for B, I agree that copper oxide is basic. Good. However, your answer is wrong, not because of that. Your answer is wrong because we memorized the solubility table. In the solubility table, oxides are usually insoluble except group 1. So dissolve in water. Oh, I'm looking for group 1. Cannot just be any metal oxide. Do you understand me? Note that, because that is something to memorize. There's no other way to explain this. Group 1 soluble, other ones no. Even though they are basic, even though.
Hey, can you go to slide 12 real quick? I just want to understand everything over here so I can just fully answer it once and for all.
Yes, please. Yes.
So the table is slide 12.
Slide 12. All right. And then?
Okay, so the table is will not precipitate and then precipitate. So all of these things here, wait, no, all of these things here are
will not precipitate.
Thing else that is aqueous will precipitate.
Anything? Sorry, what?
Any other? What is this even for?
Okay, slowly, guys, slowly. Aqueous means it does not precipitate, right? Aqueous means that, right? Solid as means it precipitates, right? Okay. So the reverse of that is it will dissolve. Will not precipitate means will dissolve. They are one and the same thing. Do you understand that first?
Okay.
If you need to write that down, write that down. Will not precipitate, that means will dissolve. Will precipitate means will not dissolve. If you feel that you need to write that down, do write that down.
Okay. I have.
Right. So then what does the table mean? Now, before I do that, please read the table more. I have to speak to your senior. Yeah. So guys, stop what you're reading for a while. I'm here to tell you that this is 5 minutes. Okay. So tell me roughly what has happened, Michael.
I have decided to spend less time on B11 because I am more comfortable with let's say called macromolecules, and I decided to do what annotate and think about the macromolecules question more than my B11 because B11 is ABS.
That means you have chosen B10.
Oh wait.
No, sorry. You have chosen the or one, the either or. You choose the or. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. No, I chose the either.
You choose the either. Sorry. That means you simply spend time for the either one, lah.
I mean, I spent a little bit of time on the or, but that's after I completely understood everything about the either. Wait.
I'm sorry. The or is the one with the macromolecule.
Oh wait, then the or, never mind. Because I put the or in the first page, and that's why I.
Right. So you want the or, not the either, right?
Yeah.
Right? But you haven't finished reading either. You haven't finished reading or haven't, right? Correct?
No, I finished reading or, but I haven't finished reading either.
And you don't care because you have chosen, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Now, Aryan, what is happening? What has happened? Aryan, can you hear me? Aryan?
Hello.
Yes. What has happened in the past 5 minutes?
Oh, I spend almost equal time on both to make sure I
Mhm.
understand both.
And then?
Yeah, and then I'll go with the all one.
Are you happy with your reading? Do you understand the intention of the question? Yeah, papaya, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The reading quality for both of you is good. The choice also good. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Michael? Correct, yeah? Your choice quality is good. Your reading quality is good. I mean, for the choice, whatever the other one. How does 5 minutes feel then?
5 minutes is all right.
Right. Now you are not so ready. Maybe you're 80%, 70%. Would you like to try doing your choice? And then we'll mark it up. Why don't we do that? Okay. Aryan and Michael, you have 10 minutes. If you require some information, maybe I can tell you. That's the compensation. Understand me?
Yeah.
Right. So count down 10 minutes. So ready, please do it on paper or whatever you want, right? All right, please start. All right. Now, understanding the table. What else don't you understand, Ainesh?
No, I think just run me through the whole thing again so I can just.
Right. The salt, we're talking about salt here now, plus oxides. Oxides are not salt. So we're talking about salt and oxide solubility here. Can yeah? First thing first. The salt is always a positive and a negative ion. Yes? Always. So this thing tells you that if the salt has a Na or K or ammonium or nitrate component, either positive here or negative here, the pair doesn't matter. This pair can be whatever you want. They will always dissolve.
Will always dissolve?
Yeah, this four thing will always dissolve forever and forever. Sodium, whatever, will dissolve. Potassium, whatever, will dissolve. Ammonium, whatever, will dissolve. Nitrate, whatever, will dissolve. That's what it means. That's what it means, that it will always dissolve. The pair doesn't matter, but there will be a pair, okay? Just saying that there will be. Okay?
Okay.
Now, the second row, this one, right? So, this is talking about sulfate and chloride. And we say mostly, mostly aqueous, means mostly will dissolve. The pair almost doesn't matter, except if you encounter this pair, it cannot dissolve. It will precipitate. That's what it means. That's why I start from aqueous will not precipitate. This will not precipitate. This will dissolve unless the pair is this. Notice that the pair are all positive, right? Because this is negative, correct?
Yeah.
Then look at the third row. The third row is just the reverse, right? This mostly will not dissolve. It mostly will precipitate. Carbonates. Okay, carbonates, no? Except SPA. Wait, SPA is here one. Okay, nothing to memorize there. Correct? Carbonate will not precipitate except this. Oxide will not precipitate. Will not dissolve. Sorry. Carbonate will precipitate. Oxide will precipitate except. Done. That's it.
Okay.
So copper oxide is an oxide. It will not dissolve. It will precipitate except group 1. Copper is not group 1.
Yeah.
So propose.
Yeah, okay, I need to understand this first.
Oh, please do. Michael and Arya, you're doing on paper, am I correct? Just checking.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
feel free. Yeah.
not-
Sorry, Michael, you are what?
I'm not doing it on paper, but I'm not like drawing out the answer. I'm like typing it down mainly for the.
Right. As long as you record your answer, yeah, that's for now it's fine. You do whatever you want, right? Right. You do whatever you want. You're gonna check your answer yourself anyway. So whatever you do, as long as you know your answer. Okay, Ines, tell me when you're ready. Yeah, you understand it first, okay?
Yeah.
Even better, you can memorize it right now. There is no harm in doing that.
I
You
should.
can forget tomorrow, no problem. Just remember it now. Let me go to the washroom for a while. Okay, I am back. Hi, Ines. How is it?
I'm still trying to remember, but it's not that much that I have to memorize actually.
Yeah, sorry, you say? Right?
I mean, I'm still trying to memorize, but it's not that much. It's just
Yeah, there isn't. Right.
yeah.
Okay, so good for you. Now close it. You can always refer it back. Okay. Propose a new answer for B.
So it has to dissolve in water. So it has to be not SPA.
Not what? Sorry, not what?
If it has to dissolve in water, that means
Yeah,
it's
it has
SPA.
to be group, not just SPA, any group one, but SPA is group one, right? SPA is group one. So do you see any group one oxides?
Yeah, open purity.
Yeah. Yes, please do so. Yes.
Is there SPA? S is sulfur, eh?
No, group one. S is not sulfur. S is Na.
Okay.
What is Na? What is Na? That's a weird name, right? Na, but you don't call it Na. You call it
Sodium.
yeah. Aryan, okay so far? Just checking.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Sodium. There is sodium.
Right. So your next proposal is
There is sodium, and there's nothing else. You have the sodium.
All right, then you have a proposal, right? This is exam level. You have to combine multiple information, and I'm glad that you understand. You do need to understand why. Okay.
Yes.
Now, for amphoteric, you are supposed to memorize, right? There are 3 amphoterics. Besides zinc oxide, it will be
Amphoteric. Well, it's in my notes. It's my notes.
yeah. Just note, just look at your note. What are they? What are they? The amphoteric oxides.
Zinc oxide, aluminium oxide, and lead oxide.
Correct. So you will notice that there is also aluminum oxide here. Doesn't matter, like you can choose both. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then acid rain, as you have noted, sulfur dioxide, no, not carbon monoxide, not any other oxide, right? Because the other oxide are usually metal or amphoteric. So great. Now E, you have proposed a copper oxide because there is no other copper. I guess that's it, no?
Yeah.
Why would copper oxide react with sulfuric acid, though?
Because sulfuric acid is negative copper oxide.
Sulfuric acid is not negative. What are you talking about?
Sulfuric acid is
Sulfuric acid has a positive and a negative. Just to be clear, copper oxide also. So why does sulfuric acid react with copper oxide? There's a reason why. Because this is the topic. What is the topic? The topic is
reactions.
No, now. The topic is acid, base, and salt.
Yeah.
Because acid react with base, base react with acid.
Okay.
Who's the acid?
Sulfuric.
Who's the base?
Copper.
Right, copper oxide. Right.
Yeah.
All right. So now you know why all these things are correct. If you're ready, please move on. Now, seniors, we are at 10-minute mark. So stop what you're doing for a while. Let's see what has happened, right? So, Michael, what has happened?
So I've done,
Understand.
I think,
yeah,
like everything except for the calculation.
Plus one,
This is kind of hard to do
fair.
on screen,
Fair.
but like I
fair,
know
fair,
exactly
fair.
what to do.
Wonderful. But this is your 10-minute limit, right?
Yeah.
Would you have done it faster if you write? Because not necessarily, you know.
No, for the drawing one, yes, but for the typing
one
no.
faster. So plus and minus, right? So this is about the speed, right? I don't think I want to say be faster, though. I'm not comfortable saying that right now. I'm just noting that you have tried to answer 7 out of 10, right? 7 out of 10, right? Hopefully all is correct. Now, Aryan, what has happened?
Yeah, I'm at the last part. Like I was doing the last part.
Right. Let's stop there first. Right now, to make you happy, hopefully, why don't you look at the answer key and mark yourself first? In 10 minutes, how many marks do I get? And then you can finish up the last part. Please use paper, Michael. Why don't we do that? Okay.
So where is the answer?
I'll give you the answer key. Obviously, don't look at the answer key for the last part. Just check your previous answers, right? Okay, just a minute. I'm going to send you the answer key. This is the last one, right? This is the last. Yeah, it's the last. Now, please look at page 14, I believe. Okay, just don't look at the final part answer, right? Now, mark yourself when you're ready. You do the last part and then tell me when you're done. There will be no time limit for the last part. Okay. Be a bit stringent, please. Ainesh, page 14.
Sorry, no. What does stringent mean?
A bit stringent. That means if you have a mistake, do note the mistake. Don't just brush off your mistake. If you don't know how to mark yourself, then please ask my suggestion. Ainesh, are we moving on? Come on.
Yeah.
Good. All right, there's a new question here. Looks like a reaction question and all those stuff, right? Yeah, I haven't teach you the ionic equation. This is the ionic equation. But It's there. It's there. Balancing is a mathematical thing. So if possible, you do that.
I'll just do balancing, right?
Yeah, because they have written everything else for you.
Okay.
Remember the principle of balancing, yeah? Choose the easy one.
Yeah.
So is thing looking good, Aryan?
Yeah.
Right. How about you, Michael?
I don't know how to mark B part 2 for me.
Yeah, his reasoning is correct. I mean, the answer key's reasoning is correct. So what happens with your answer? Your answer is,
I didn't mention that polymerization.
the fact is
Wait,
red.
you didn't send me the answer key yet.
No, it's in page 14, Aryan. It's in page 14. Page 14.
No, but what about the second one?
Oh, you're not doing the polymer one. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm doing the either one.
You're not doing the polymerization one.
No, I'm doing
I'm so sorry. I thought both of you are doing the same thing. I'm so sorry. Let me send that to you. Okay, this is a very sad thing. Yeah? This is a very sad thing, Ariana. The answer key don't have the either one. That is extremely sad. What are they doing? I'll mark it later, okay? I'm so sorry because I have to look at your answer, right? You just do the last part, okay?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, right? That's so weird, right? Okay. Right, so Ainesh, things are fine. Any questions so far? Things are fine. Things are fine. Ainesh? Ainesh, can you hear me? Ainesh? Aryan and Michael, just checking. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ainesh? Can you hear me, Ainesh? Uh-oh, this thing happened again. Ainesh?
Hello?
Can you now hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I've been calling you for 1 minute, right? So what's going on? I think the audio doesn't work for a while. Now, what's going on with B?
Oh, it's not good. My laptop keeps randomly switching Wi-Fi. It's very annoying.
Okay,
For a second, I just can't hear anything.
right. Now, for B then, what's going on?
Uh, it's because potassium oxide does not dissolve. Sorry, it does dissolve.
No, it does dissolve.
Yeah.
It does dissolve.
It'll just dissolve instead of react.
Sorry. Because potassium oxide dissolve, then what? Sorry.
It'll dissolve instead of reacting.
Okay, let's stop there for a while. I agree that calcium hydroxide does not dissolve. I mean, they tell us also, they tell us also. So that's great. Not dissolving, still react. Can you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure about what you're saying? You're saying that because it dissolves the potassium oxide, it does not therefore react.
No,
That's what you're saying.
It is gonna react, but it's
Right. So be clear first. If it dissolves, it will react even better. Right. When it does not dissolve, it is still possible to react. That's the general understanding for now. Right. The general understanding. Right. So you cannot say because it dissolves, it cannot react. That doesn't follow generally. Generally. Now, what are you aiming at here? I'm not sure whether you understand the context or maybe you're aiming at something correct. I don't know.
Is it because the reaction won't be as obvious? I don't know.
Right. Now I'm gonna highlight the context for you. The answer is in the context. What's the context?
Adds excess calcium hydroxide to react with hydrogen ions.
That's true. The context is farming and fertilizer.
Yes.
Right. I mean, the calcium hydroxide is not the fertilizer. Sorry, this is adding excess calcium hydroxide in order to. So he doesn't want hydrogen ion. He doesn't want, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't want acidic stuff. So I suppose potassium oxide is also basic. So I suppose it's a good idea. Until you think about the context. The context is soil also. What happens when you add potassium oxide into the soil? It will?
Corrode.
It will dissolve. No, corrode is for acid, so base don't corrode. So it will dissolve, right?
Yeah.
Whereas calcium hydroxide will not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what will happen to the potassium oxide?
It will dissolve, yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay, it goes like this, right? So the calcium hydroxide, I just tell you that. The calcium hydroxide, when there is no acidic soil, it does not dissolve, and therefore it does not make the soil more basic than necessary. Basic soil also kills the plant. This is the context. If you say but you never teach you this one. Well, now you know lah. Now you know. Okay, the fertilizer context is quite strong, right? Generally in exam. So one more time, if I add calcium hydroxide, I won't make the soil more basic than necessary. Can you hear me?
I did not understand what you just said. Can you repeat that?
Calcium hydroxide does not dissolve. So when the acidic ion, which is in the solution, meaning is in the water of the soil, right? It is in the water of the soil, meets the calcium hydroxide. Okay, the acid gets neutralized, but no further calcium hydroxide is released into the soil. No further than necessary to neutralize the H+. So even though there are excess calcium hydroxide, you don't release more hydroxide into the soil, which causes the same problem. One, more acidic or more basic, both kills the plant. You're not getting what I'm saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Compared to potassium oxide, do you know how much potassium oxide to use or not? You don't know. You cannot measure the soil very well. So you have to put agak-agak. You have to guess lah. The problem with potassium oxide is the moment you put it in the soil, everything will be released. That means the whole basic content will be released into the soil.
Mm-hmm.
That usually causes problem because the acid will be gone, but you're left with basic soil.
Okay.
If you have a concept that basic is great, acid is not great, then you're wrong lah. Basic is the same. Basic can be as harmful as acid.
I see.
Basic is not better because it dissolves. Precisely because it dissolves, it will make the soil basic, which is bad. Precisely because calcium hydroxide does not dissolve, it does not make the soil basic. Keeping it simple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
Right. When you're ready, part C, yeah? You're ready. Okay, Aryan and Michael, have you finished the last part? Are you happy for it? Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Have you marked yourself, Michael? Just checking.
You've put up the last part answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is there.
Okay.
So except the random thingy, right? I'm still considering. I'll probably call this an okay. I'm not so sure. Of course, I understand what you're saying, right? Of course, the answer key is more elegant, but I'll say, okay, this is fine. Okay, this is fine. So How many marks did you get for the first 10 minutes?
1, 3, 4.
You have 2 mistakes, right? You have 2 mistakes, so 5 lah, right? You have 2 mistakes. 5. Then the last part, is it correct?
Yes. So 8.
Right. Okay. 8 in a longer time than 10, but hey, not so bad for
But
now.
in a
Not so bad.
slightly longer time. I did it
Yeah.
like, I don't know, less than 2 minutes.
Correct. You should know that your calculation is good. You should know. Right? Nothing says that you have to do the sentence first. The sentence always takes time to write. That's why I don't like it. I would argue that you should do the calculation first. I will argue, right? I will argue because that's always good in terms of exam, right? Now, Aryan, we don't know your marks yet. Are you reasonably comfortable? Just a feeling.
It's the last part. I'm kind of
Uncertain, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because the environmental friendly thing. Yeah. Now, later I'll see your answer. You send it to me, and then I'll take a look. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is the feeling of 15 minutes plus lah, right?
Yeah.
How does it compare to your exam so far?
It's all right, but that's because I'm not doing an exam. Right
Of course. I know that. Right, Aryan, how does it compare?
Yeah. I guess it compares pretty well, but it's just the conditions aren't. It's the same. Yeah.
Right. I might need to pressure you, right, during the training, right, especially to simulate the tiredness, right? Like now, chemistry section B paper 2 is in between A math week 2 some more, right? You will have additional pressure from me. Not right now lah. Right now you're just training how to do it well. At least, hopefully, you have some understanding that I think this is a better way than the past ways lah that you have been doing. Like, for example, doing section B the last. If your target is not A1, then I don't care lah. If your target is A1, then we have to care, We have to care. You understand me, yeah? Right. Now, they're still reading, right? So the other 2 questions lah. So my proposal is clear. Do the section B last question first. You have done that. Comes the other reading question, all right? So there will be question 10 and question 9. Do in whichever order lah, but read first. Same thing, read first. So always reading 5 minutes, then you do. So I put forth the question 10, and I put forth the question 9.
I cannot see it.
Right, it's there. Right? So arrange as you wish. Ainesh, are you waiting for me? I don't like it when you're waiting for me. It's a total waste of time.
Okay.
Don't wait for me, please. Please don't wait for me. Please don't do that.
Okay.
Do not wait for me. You don't have much time. Stop waiting for me.
Okay. All of them dissolve. I don't understand.
So I guess that's not the reason.
Increase the nitrogen content of the soil.
Yeah, there's that.
But there's because there's nitrogen and potassium nitrate.
There is what? Sorry.
Because there's nitrogen and potassium nitrate. I'm not being stupid. Seems quite easy.
Isn't there nitrogen in ammonium phosphate?
Oh, there's.
Right. You're not stupid, but you're very fast in concluding something. I don't mean that as a praise. So, Michael, yours is page 15 and 16. Do whichever you like first, lah. But this one is not a choice, right? Okay. But I will impose 5-minute reading, lah, right? Because that's the training. Okay.
Oh.
So you read whatever you want. You can also read both first. I'll tell you 5 minutes is up, right? So ready to read, go into the reading mode, people. Go into the reading mode. Don't do things. Okay. Are you ready, Aryan?
Yeah.
Reading mode start now. Please read, annotate, do your English stuff. Right. Inesh, both are okay. Now, please write down the chemical formula of potassium nitrate and ammonium phosphate. Right. That's definitely correct. Wonderful. Definitely correct. Ammonium phosphate. Phosphate, if you forget, you can refer.
Yeah. PO. 3 minus. It's a lot.
Yeah, you don't learn about phosphate, right? Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, that's a lot. PO like this.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right. Yeah. Good.
Thanks. He shouldn't. He shouldn't. The latter has more hydrogen ions.
It seems so, right? So it's weird, right? Why would we be choosing? I know it's a bit frustrating, but 2 reasons already gone, right? Why would we be choosing the one with less nitrogen than the one with
More nitrogen.
more nitrogen, right? Okay. Again, frustrating. I understand. Frustrating.
But I think it's because the first one dissolves better.
The first one, what?
Dissolves better.
In O level, sorry, in O level, I keep saying O level. In your level, you cannot say that. And to be now I'll give you the background information. They both dissolve reasonably well. Phosphates dissolve reasonably well. Because there's ammonium. Ammonium, everything dissolve. Nitrate, everything dissolve. Right. So no, third try also no. Keep trying. I'll give you the hint after one more try.
When you put the equal amount, there will be
more nitrate in ammonium phosphate.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Not potassium nitrate. So that's not the reason. If you want just quantity, go for ammonium phosphate. Except that there is a reason not to do that. Except. Aryan, are you using your reading mode right now?
Yeah.
Right. Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't rush. Take time to understand the writer's intent. Oh, somebody is choosing to read the long one. Right. Okay. That's fine. We have to face that sooner or later, right? Just curious, Aryan, you're doing the long one first, right? Oh,
I did the short one first.
Oh, short one first. That's fine. So, Michael, you're doing the long one, is it? First?
Which one is the long one?
I think B9 is a very long reading and B10 is a shorter.
I'm doing B10.
Right. That's fine. Do whatever you want to do. Whatever.
Because
just as long as you...
I took a glance at B9 before I decided to
do B10 first.
And then
right.
Let's just say that I don't know anything
about
environmental.
B9. Oh, you don't like it, like yeah. Okay. Yeah, you don't like the topic, all right? Okay, so all right, let's avoid that for now. So Inesh, one more try, please. You have done 3 tries. That's not a bad try because you even know why they are wrong.
What spoils the soil or reacts with nitrogen?
Fine, I'll tell you that both does not spoil the soil. Right? I'll give you the hint. Listen to my hint carefully. Yeah. Listen to my hint carefully. It's the chicken issue.
Oh, the chicken issue. Let me forget the chicken acid.
Yeah, please think about the chicken thing. There's a chicken acid and chicken base.
NH4OH.
Is the chicken base lah? The chicken base, right? Okay, so that's my hint. Think about it, please.
The chicken acid is CO3.
Yeah, which is not present here, I think.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's easy. It won't react with the nitrogen.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't know what you're saying. Yes.
It won't react with the phosphate.
It won't react with the phosphate? Huh? What? Who won't react with the phosphate?
The chicken acid.
Who's the chicken acid? Is there even a chicken acid here?
Chicken base.
Who's the chicken base?
NH4OH.
Just to be clear, there is no explicit NH4OH here, just to be clear, right?
Just ammonium.
There's ammonium, which is not ammonium hydroxide, right?
Yeah.
So would you please find the hydroxide before you even say that? Where's the hydroxide?
I mean, there's no, there isn't actually.
There is a hydroxide. Goodness me, your reading skill. Okay, seniors, I'm just here to tell you that a 5 minute is up. How's the reading so far, Michael?
I do not understand B9 and
But
B10.
B10?
I think I'm fine.
Oh, we have 5 minutes for both. You don't have to read both.
Oh,
Right?
then
Just read one because
B10.
5 minutes for each. Then read B10. So you are saying that you are ready to do B10. That's what you're saying.
Kind of.
All right. How about you, Arya?
Yeah, I did B10. Yeah.
All right. So you're reading B10 and now you are ready to do it. You feel that you understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So just to clarify with you seniors, you prefer to do B10 first or you prefer to read B9 first?
Oh no, I already read B9 as well.
Oh, that's very, oh, wow. Okay, right. Okay, right. So why don't we just do B10 first, okay?
Yeah.
Right. Also for 10 minutes, I'll just tell you when it is up. All right. So 10 minutes starts from now. Okay, do whatever you want, but please make sure there's a record. So, Ainesh, where's the hydroxide?
Can you take the H out of the ammonia?
Out of ammonia. There's a hydroxide as CaOH2. What are you talking about? Even though it's a solid thing, it still contains hydroxide. CaOH2 on top. Hello, the farmer adds excess calcium hydroxide.
Isn't this a...
You don't suspect that there's a connection with part A and B.
Yeah.
That's not fair for the question to do.
Oh my God. Okay, that
makes sense, right?
Yeah.
The ammonium phosphate contributes the ammonium. The calcium hydroxide, although very little, will contribute the hydroxide. There you go. We have a chicken base. What does a chicken base do?
Not yet.
Oh, goodness me. Why am I teaching you? The chicken base chickens out. No, not that it does not react. Say properly. What does the chicken base do when it forms?
It releases ammonia and water unless it's triggered.
Correct. So unless it faces a proper opponent acid, which doesn't exist here, right? Because why? Because you already neutralized the acid. The proper opponent is no longer there. Correct or not? That's what you did at the start. So there's no proper opponent, then NH4OH will form, which immediately chickens out into ammonia. What happened to the nitrogen?
It turns into ammonia.
Which is an ammonia gas, in case you don't know. Ammonia is a gas. What happens to ammonia gas?
It doesn't increase the nitrogen content.
Yeah, because it will just escape into water. It will escape into the air. Like basically it farts.
Yeah, okay.
Bye-bye nitrogen. No more nitrogen in soil. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I object to your disconnect with the top part. Right? Like you settle the top part and then you let it go. Not how that works. Don't think that's how it works. Now, if you understand, could you put it in words so that that's your record lah. surprisingly, you do not need to mention the acid. Surprisingly.
Just in case. Two more
Right.
questions.
Right. Now, to be very clear, you have not explained properly that this does not increase the nitrogen content of the soil. You still have to link it there. You still have to, yeah. Like, well, how does this process ends up, not having nitrogen in the soil?
As it turns into ammonia.
Yeah, and it will escape. That's I think what they're looking for. Turning into ammonia means it will escape up into the atmosphere, and therefore no longer in the soil. That's what they're looking for the second mark, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I'll just explain that the potassium nitrate doesn't do it.
And yeah, you will say that the potassium does not have this problem. Yeah, even though the nitrogen content is lower, that's just for our information.
Yeah.
We are definitely in full force. This is definitely an exam question, right?
Yeah,
So,
but very rusty. Because I haven't touched chem in a long time. This whole holidays.
True enough, I mean. True enough. Now, question 7 then.
Yeah.
Question 7. Read carefully first. Read carefully first. These are all full blown, man. I don't even expect that you are doing question 7. This is called the preparation of salt. I don't even know that you can do this. This is very specific part at the end of acid, base, and salt, and it requires a lot of explanation. Why do you? Never mind. Just read first, lah. Just read first. So, just checking in, Aryan. How does it feel when you know you still have more than 3 minutes left?
It's quite good.
Comfortable? Good for
Yeah,
you.
comfortable. Yeah.
Michael, how does it feel? You have more than 3 minutes left.
It's all right, I guess.
I guess. So even in doing, you shouldn't be rushing. I mean, there's a lot of mark here, right? Like 10 mark on one sweep. Spread. If possible, get everything, right? If possible. No rush. No rush. Still have 3 minutes left. Now, Ainesh, I'm referring to your class, okay? I'm referring to your class. I know what this is going on. Do you know what is going on in question 7?
No.
Right. So have you heard the term preparation of salt from the class?
I don't think so. No.
We're gonna skip this first. It requires a lot of explanation. My explanation before this is not gonna be enough, right? Let's flip this. Let's go to the next question first then.
Okay.
Question 8. This is the same thing. Let's skip question 8.
That's it.
And that's it.
Okay.
Is that question 9? Is that a question? Is that a question 9? Yes, it is. It is also a preparation. Now, from question 1 to question 4, right? From question 1 to question 4, do you have any question first? Let's settle those things first. Just check one more time. Okay, let's stop. Wait, I'm seeing something. Let's stop. Question 1. Part D, yeah, part D. Right, an ionic equation. Okay, those are 2 marks. Let me tell you, ionic equations are usually written in 2 steps because it is difficult to write them in 1 step.
Yeah, what's the state symbol? I didn't know that.
State symbol is the solid, liquid, acid, solid, liquid, gas, and aqueous.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not my complaint. I think you're doing it in one go and therefore you are wrong. To be fair, you're not very wrong. Fine, just find your mistake here. Can you see your mistake? And please add the state symbol also. State symbol,
Yeah, I found my mistake.
state symbol then. At least there's that.
It's gas.
Yeah, that's just wrong. That's really just wrong. I think you're mistaking hydrogen gas with hydrogen ion. I think you're really mistaking them. Is that a hydrogen gas?
No, it's hydrogen.
Is there a significant difference between hydrogen ion and hydrogen gas? If it doesn't, then we don't care lah.
So what state symbol would it be?
What does an ion do? Ion usually floats in
Gas.
no, ion usually floats in water.
Oh, actually, no.
Because an acid's job is to release H plus into the water.
Is
So
it
H
liquid?
no, it's aqueous. Damn your chemistry. Your H2O is liquid. If you're saying that it's aqueous, you're saying that H2O is dissolved in water. Does that make sense?
No. It's
Okay.
gas.
Is carbon dioxide a gas? That's from normal life, daily life experience. What do you breathe in?
Carbon dioxide. Yeah, it's a gas, right?
Yes. So why do you cancel it?
How come it's all wrong in here?
Now your carbonate. Your mistake is carbonate. Fix the mistake of the carbonate. Okay, seniors, I'm here to tell you that 10 minutes is up, right? Okay, so stop what you're doing first. How is it so far, Michael?
I did everything.
Wonderful. How is it, Aryan?
Yeah, it's quite, yeah.
Reasonable, yeah, right? 10
Yeah.
minutes, yeah. Wonderful. Now we have to still mark, yeah. We have to still mark. So I'll give you the answer key in the. Both of you do B10. Am I correct?
Yeah.
I did B10, yeah.
All right. So let's check B10. Yeah, it looks like a good question to do. I must say. I would say. Right. So I put B10 in page 19. Please check. Mark, tell me, and then let's end. We're already overshooting, but I'm very happy that you're doing things relaxingly. All right, so one more time, Ainesh, a carbonate. That's what you meant to write, right? A carbonate, right? A carbonate is not CO3. That's wrong.
Teacher,
Yes.
this is the B10 from the before.
Yes.
Oh, you mean this is the or? This is the either.
This is the either, yeah.
Oh, so it does exist. Oh, good for you, Aryan. So what am I supposed to look at then? I'm supposed to look at, oh, this is a chlorine bromine thing, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I have the chlorine bromine things. Okay, so Aryan, then later you can mark yourself.
Yeah.
That would be nice, right? So I'm putting it. Okay, I'm gonna write this down so that it's not confusing. This is now B11, right? This is B11. Okay, moving on to page 20. That will be your answer key. Looks like there is a typo. Now this is B10, right? Okay, great. Ainesh, come on. Carbonate is not CO3. You don't know what's wrong? Okay. Carbonate is the chicken acid, right? H2CO3, right?
Yeah.
Now you know that H2CO3 means it's 2H plus. You know that lah. So CO3 is 2 minus. 2 minus. 2 minus.
Yeah.
Okay, please add it. Come on. Okay, since it is an ion, it usually exists in. Right, there you go. Right. Now, is your teacher gonna check this with you or what?
He's gonna run through it in class.
All right, pay attention to the details. Right, pay attention to the details. Right. We're almost running out of time. Please just make sure that question 2, 3, 4, currently no question. Then you have to pay attention to the class. I have to run through question 7, 8, 9, 13. So you have to be responsible to question 1, 2, 3, 4 by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we skip?
You're gonna run through the questions now.
I would rather run through 7, 8, 9 because that's even harder. You pay attention in class for 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have much time, you see. We have to choose our sacrifice. So if there is a question, ask specifically. Don't ask me to run through everything with you. We don't have the time.
I don't think I'm able to understand. I'll just listen in class.
All right. Do listen and then ask again with me. Okay, I still don't understand this or that part. Fair, yeah? Right. Okay. Now, you don't need to look at 7, 8, 9. I have to explain the situation first because now I know this will be in exam. I thought it is not in exam. I thought that. So 7, 8, 9 will be explained in one swoop, as in the context. Okay. Just checking with the seniors. Seniors, are you okay with the marking?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. When you're done, just tell me, and then I'll see you at night.
Oh, I'm done.
All right. So how is it for you, Michael?
Everything except for the last one is correct.
So you're saying that you get 8 marks or 9 marks, something like that?
Whatever the full marks minus 1 is.
All right. All right. Wonderful for you. How about you, Aryan?
Yeah, I got like 7.
7. Right. So currently we are about on target and we are about on time. Everything depends on question 9, which we're gonna do later. Right? We're gonna do later. You have to face question 9, like it or not, right? You have to. So that's what we're gonna train for. Right? There'll be your comfort zone, and then there'll be your discomfort zone. We are already over time. I hope you find this useful, and I'll see you at night for A math. Okay?
All right.
Yep.
Bye.
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 Okay, Ainesh, we are discussing something that may feel new. The solubility table, the one that you talk about, right? Okay, so you know that certain salts will dissolve and certain salts will not dissolve, correct? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an example of salt which does not dissolve.
A salt that does not dissolve.
Referring to the table then.
Yeah. Lead sulfate.
Right. Did I write the chemical equation properly in page 14?
Page 14. Yeah.
Right. Now, the last part of acid, base, and salt is salt, which is here, which is making salt. Simply put, I want to make PbSO4. Right? Now, I will state the obvious first. PbSO4 is solid, correct? It is solid. It is still comprised of positive and negative, right? This is still 2 plus, this is still 2 minus, but they are not separated in water. When you dissolve, you're automatically separated. Wait, do you understand this? If you are dissolved, you separate. If you don't dissolve, you don't separate, plain and simple.
Yeah.
Right. So even though they are plus and minus, they are not separated. Right? They are not separated. Now, I hope this is extremely obvious to you. If I want to make PbSO4, I have to start from something that has Pb and something that has SO4.
Okay.
Can I start with something that both contain PbSO4?
Sure.
That means I already have PbSO4. So does that make sense?
No.
All right. So if I already have PbSO4 combined, I don't make it. So when the question asks you to make PbSO4, we assume, okay, I don't have lah. So the original Pb 2 plus and SO4 2 minus is separate into 2. No need 3.
Okay.
All this should make sense. That's just what happened when you make salt. Okay.
So how about Pb OH2.
Right, with a negative, right, with a negative. All right, I'll put that for you. I'll put that for you. Wonderful. And then you have another positive here, right?
Yeah. H2.
Right. H2, right? H2SO4. Wonderful. Now, I will now tell you the complication. Turns out that there's a lot of complication to watch. And here's the unfortunate thing. You have to imagine to understand. Because I cannot do it in front of you. We don't have a lab. You cannot do this in a lab. You're understanding this in class. It's almost nonsense sometimes if I think about it. But we have our imagination to help us now. Okay, one more time. If you're thinking about my explanation in terms of I have to memorize this, you're probably done for. Because back then, they understand it by experimenting themselves. Even the genius don't understand it by imagining it. Now we have to replace their explanation, their experiment by imagination, right? Now, let's talk about a few things to consider. Now, what does this become? That's the first thing to consider. What does this become? It's not just PbOH2 plus H2SO4 become PbSO4 full stop. It becomes something else. What is it?
It's acid plus beta
Acid plus base, yeah, will react, correct? Will react, right? So actually, your first thing to consider is already great. Oh, yeah, they will react, okay? First consideration, great, they will react. Okay, you did a good job in, suggesting something that at least will react. Second consideration.
Salt and water.
Okay,
H2O.
so H2O, right? So now, I don't mean that H2O is concerned. I don't mean that. I mean this. Here is your goal. What's your goal? What's your goal here? PbSO4. PbSO4, right? That's your goal. Now, my concern is this. H2O will exist together with PbSO4, obviously. Is that a problem?
No.
That's the concern. Okay, no. Why not?
Is it a problem?
Yeah, is it a problem if I create PbSO4 and I have water as a side effect? Because I cannot get rid of the water, man.
Yeah, okay, no, that's not a problem.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Now, I'll tell you the slight detail because I can easily filter the water. Easy. So, no problem. No problemo, dude.
Yeah.
When we say no problemo, you will realize that in the steps of making salt, you will have to say, I will filter. I will filter. Now, please tell me, which one do we actually filter? Do we filter the water? Do we filter the PbSO4?
The water.
No, we filter the PbSO4.
Oh.
This is supposed to make sense because there, put in PbSO4 and water. What do I have here? Imagine lah, what do I have here?
Yeah.
What do I have there? What is this cone thingy?
A filter paper.
Very good, a filter paper. And what will the filter paper do? I'll filter water some more. Filter paper. What will the filter paper do? Concentrate Inesh.
It will filter for the filtrate and leave
So-
the residue behind.
So tell me what will happen exactly. So I understand those things, but what will happen? So
The residue, which is the solid, will be on the PbSO4 will stay on the filter paper, then the hot water is.
right. So this is roughly getting PbSO4 roughly.
Yes.
Third concern. Observe this third concern and fourth concern. They are not easy. Now, there's a reason why they tell you to write the state symbol because you are needing it right now. Please tell me the state symbol of lead hydroxide and the state symbol of sulfuric acid. All acids are soluble. Just telling you that.
So it's aqueous.
Aqueous. So for sulfuric acid. But do you have a table for hydroxides?
Table, yeah.
Do you have information or table for hydroxide solubility? Because it turns out that I haven't given you.
Yeah.
I haven't given you.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of solid.
Right.
Yeah.
So go to page 12, right? That table, and add hydroxide at the same place as oxide. So hydroxide and oxide is pretty much going to be the same. Hydroxide also don't dissolve. It will precipitate, except group 1. Same thing lah. Right? So please add hydroxide properly in the table. Then we can proceed. Quickly, time is almost up. Right. So for our convenience, hydroxide behaves just like oxide, even though they are different things. Right? The exceptions, I will let your teacher tell you, because I haven't even seen your teacher tell you this table. Has your teacher told you this table?
Yes.
Oh, he has.
Can you rewrite my hydroxide so ugly?
The hydroxide looks fine. Now, if you have the table from your teacher, why are you referring to our Jamboard?
It's cleaner and nice. I like it.
Can you show me your teacher's table? I have to check something. I have to check whether we are using the same set. He might be concerned with more things than we are. That's not good. If we don't know.
Sure. Short preparation. I do good stuff. He just gave us like a cheat sheet with like all the information.
Yeah, please show me the table, which is this one. So it's not this one. It's not these things. It's not this.
Your definitions.
Okay, then is there another table that contains this? This is method of salt preparation, the one that I'm talking about soon, right? The oxide is not. The oxide is what I told you already.
Yeah, also yeah, your table isn't that bad. But he tells us to take down the look at these.
Below. Solubility of salt or carbonate or oxide and hydroxide, the bottom one.
Yeah.
Now read, all nitrates are soluble in water. Is it in our table?
Okay, so your mic suddenly got a bit weird. Can you review what you said?
First sentence, all nitrates are soluble in water. Is it in our table?
All nitrates are soluble in water.
Is it in our table?
Yeah.
Okay, second sentence, is it in our table?
Yeah.
Which one?
It isn't.
It is or it is not? Tell me, which one?
It is, this one.
So show me which one. Sorry, I'm seeing the laser point. Yeah, very good. Then the third one.
There.
Is it in? Okay, good. Fourth one.
Fourth one is most carbonates. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, except an ammonium carbonate, which is SPAN, right? SPAN.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we're missing that. Last one.
No, it's not here.
It is. Most oxide and hydroxide are insoluble. It is, right? It's a group, except group 1 and 2. There is a controversy around group 2. There is a controversy around group 2. But if your teacher say, okay, I'll just decide that group 2 is the exception, then we just follow him. We don't care about the controversy.
Yeah.
So add to our table group 2 also.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be hard with my mouse. One. Okay, I use red. One and
Okay, group 1 and group 2. And for the carbonate, please add N, SPAN. The N is the ammonium. Oh, I'm sorry, that's SPA.
Yeah.
Is that one, right?
Yeah.
Whether you use our table or the teacher's one, you need to have this in your mind before exam. So right. So let's get familiarized. Now, hydroxide we can use again. Okay, we only have 1 minute left, so let's go back to page 14. Hydroxide is what? Hydroxide is what?
Base.
Base. No, yeah, I know hydroxide is base, as in the state symbol.
Oh, aqueous.
You just read that most hydroxides are insoluble except group 1 and 2.
Oh, so liquid.
You're not focusing, isn't it?
What would it be?
Most hydroxides are insoluble except group 1 and 2.
So gas then.
Look, let's end it here and let's continue again at night. Okay.
I actually don't think it's my focusing because I don't know. I actually just don't know what states mean what.
State symbol is solid, liquid, gas, and aqueous. Now, when it is insoluble, which state symbol?
Exactly, I don't know that.
Solid.
But why?
Insoluble means you are not separating in water. You are coagulating. You are precipitating. Does a precipitate sound like a liquid?
No.
Does it sound like a gas?
Yeah.
Since when is a precipitate a fart? Wait a minute. You don't understand the word precipitate.
It's not bubbling.
Oh, I'll be there.
What do I do wrong?
I'll be there. Right. So since I'm pretty sure you've seen this in the lab, I'll just have to show you the picture, right? So this is what precipitate looks like. Huh? So precipitate. So I'm just gonna. Right. We're just putting name to something that you would have seen in the lab anyway, lah. So I'm giving you the cartoonish version, and I'm giving you the real version, so that you're very sure what a precipitate means.
I see.
I'm giving you the real thing because the real thing is what you see, right? Your lab is good, lah. Singapore's lab is good. Here's the real thing. Here's another example of a real thing. Now, from the picture, like who is referred to as precipitate?
The red.
The red, the milky stuff, which is not smoke, right? Because it's in water. Water cannot have smoke, right?
Yeah.
Right. The guy on the bottom, right? Whichever, lah, right? If it sinks, lah. So, which is the appropriate symbol? This is more like this is not a very specific knowledge. You should know. Or this refers to as gas, liquid, solid, or aqueous.
I still stick with gas. Why is it not gas? It's gas.
Dang, if it is gas, does it sink into the bottom?
If it's dense enough.
Have you ever heard of a gas which is denser than water?
Is that possible?
I ask you lah.
No, I don't.
Your common experience is a gas. Is it possible for a gas to be denser than liquid?
I don't think so.
When a gas is as dense as liquid, it's liquid.
Is it just not possible? Can a gas?
Yeah. Can a gas be as dense as liquid?
It can, according to Google.
I'm going to take Google with its nonsense, right? So tell me, which gas is denser than liquid?
But it said it's very difficult, so I'm just going to assume it's an exception and it's not really. Okay, so a gas can't be denser than liquid. Okay.
So therefore, what is a precipitate?
Solid, I suppose, by process of elimination.
Yeah. It's not a liquid also, just saying. It's not aqueous because it is clearly not soluble anymore.
Why can't it be liquid though?
Well, you have a point, except that our chemistry knowledge and our common knowledge is quite similar here. And this one I can guarantee you almost. There isn't a lot of things that is actually pure liquid in our room temperature. Most of the liquid you see, for example, coffee and tea, is a mixture of, water and something else. Water and sugar, water and coffee, water and tea. Who is pure liquid? Except for water, if you think about it carefully, in your daily life. What are the things that you notice are actually pure liquid? I'm waiting.
Nothing.
Well, mercury.
Oh, but I haven't seen mercury in a long time.
Correct. Why is that so? There's a very good reason for it.
Because it is dangerous.
Yeah, it is poison. So okay, no liquid, but well, there is one metal which is liquid lah. That's the only metal which is liquid in room temperature. There's one more, gallium. We don't care, right? Is there anything else which is pure liquid?
No.
For some strange reason, well, you're correct, no? There's one thing lah that you can smell, but you don't ride a car. It's the fuel of the car. No? That's actually pure liquid. They don't mix water into that.
Oh.
Yeah, but I guess that's about it then.
Wait, when dry ice melts, what happens?
It doesn't melt. It sublimes. What are you talking about? You learned this already, what?
Oh yeah, it does. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah, you'll bypass the liquid phase immediately. Can you see liquid nitrogen? Can. Liquid nitrogen you can see. Very rarely. Because it's too cold already.
Oxygen as well, because it's blue.
Yeah, correct. You can liquefy gas. It is no longer gas. Correct. You don't say liquid nitrogen is gas. You don't say that liquid oxygen is gas. Oh, it's gas turned into liquid. So it's liquid low. But it's super rare, right? Because
it's too cold for room temperature.
correct. If you release it to room temperature, it immediately become gas. That just shows how difficult it is for pure liquid to exist. For some reason, except water, which is exactly what we need for life. La la la, ya, papaya. But there isn't much liquid, is what I'm trying to say. So liquid is probably the least thing you have to think about, even in chemistry, because there is one more, bromine. Bromine is liquid. We don't even know what bromine is. That's it, lo. Bromine, mercury, and water, lah, liquid. That's all. So back to PbOH. Can a precipitate be liquid? I'm not saying that it cannot. It can. But most of the time in O level, well, solid lah. Right? So fair. I'm willing to spend 10 minutes for that because you don't see it much in lab lah. You don't experiment much. Okay, we have to stop here, right?
Okay.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.